Testing. Okay. I think I do have my microphone going on, guys. Welcome to the show for those coming in. I want to let you guys know that I've been seeing a lot of messages that you guys have been sending on the channel, and it essentially, I click on them when the notifications come in, and they're just completely gone by the time I click on them. I don't know what's going on. I think YouTube is messing with that. I've seen other channels mention it before, but yeah, and like ones that are, it really doesn't say anything. You know what I mean? Nothing bad or anything like that. No links. Like it. I remember seeing one that maybe it was Fauci is adult or Mario's adult, something like that. It was like the worst thing that was on the thing was adult, and it was removed. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm sorry to anybody who has posted in questions and stuff on my older videos, and I just can't get to it. I can't even link to you. You know what I mean? So, okay, let's get started. There is breaking news right now. This has come out in the past week or so, and it's been a developing story. A group, protestia.com. I think they are Calvinist. So bear this in mind as we do go through this. But nevertheless, what they're exposing right now is insane. We have the complete rundown. As you can see, it's very long. We won't be going through all of it. We're actually going to be going through people that have already covered it, because I think they are quite connected to these people, so they know which ones are to point out. But I do have the link for the full thing and the quick rundown. That is in the description. And you can see here that we have a whole bunch of people through this group that is it's called the Docent Group, and it is essentially this research group where pastors will go and pay for information as to what's best to put out to the people for getting more attendees and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to bastardize the rundown too much, so we're just going to go straight into somebody who's already done it much better than I have. And I just want to say hello to everybody that's coming in, and for those who are listening not live. All right, let's go.
Hello everybody, my name is Ray. Welcome to the Evangelical Dark Web. Today we'll be diving into the bombshell expose that Protestia dropped earlier on Docent Research Group. It is the part 1 of 2 exposing this group for what it is. And this group has such a large influence in evangelicalism that, this exposure is huge. Like, we know what we're up against. And I made reference to it in my live stream with Pastor Troy Skinner. I made reference to if, Docent Research Group is corrupt, and I was most certainly sure that they were, then that they would have a widespread influence because this industry would feed a lot of churches and therefore corrupt a lot of churches. And that is what we are seeing. So let's just run through some of the main findings of the Protestia article. I will link that in the description below. But let's just run through the personnel that they exposed.
I have it in mind as well, so you don't even go through. But this video is done by Evangelical Dark Web, and I'll post that in the chat. I'll post this video that I do in the chat so you can go see for yourself and check out other things. I know that a lot of these guys are Calvinist guys. So bear that in mind as you watch. They do have their own ideology, which seems to be diametrically opposed, conveniently, against these same types of kind of lefty preachers. It seems like they're almost set up to kind of go after each other. So there might be more than what meets the eye here, and that's what I'd like to get into later. But for now, they seem pretty good and solid, the research that they have done against the Marxists that are infiltrating on the Neo-Calvinist and NAR emergent church side. They're calling it out directly. So I think this is really good stuff to go into. I'll put the link in there, and let's continue.
Because it's a lot of personnel that is being exposed here. So we got Brad Vermeulen, who's the director of social research. He is a woke sociologist. He has no pastoral experience. He's pro critical race theory, and he's also very tied to the Gospel Coalition. We have another lefty staffer, Drew Tucker. Then we have Caleb Murphy. He's a homosexual. He's a homosexual Methodist that is helping to write sermons for evangelicals. He is a homosexual. Like, he's not saved. And yet he is involved in writing sermons for many prominent churches. You know, and let's take a pause and name some of these churches. J.D. Greear is one of the most instrumental in this whole web. Matt Chandler, also named. Tim Keller. And we will notice a trend that there is a lot of gospel coalition involved in this whole industry. And we also got to talk about Ron.
Gospel coalition. You're seeing it a lot in the SBC, Southern Baptist Church. And within, they call it the Neo-Calvinist movements or Neo-Calvinism. The John Piper and the like, these kind of groups. Piper's not mentioned from what I see so far. But the people around him are. Like, Matt Chandler is huge in the Calvinist circles, like Neo-Calvinism. And even when I was going to a Baptist church a couple of years ago, like they were heavily shoving Keller, Chandler specifically. I remember going to like study classes, and they would have just like a lecture of him there. And it would be this kind of, wishy-washy, milquetoast, progressive garbage, basically, within like what I thought was a conservative church. And it didn't take long before I started realizing these guys are like, they were idolizing all these preachers, right? Because they're kind of well spoken, and they're given like, it sounds very logical, and it's got a lot of pomp to it too that you fall into. And as like a conservative, that's kind of like one of our pride issues. We try and focus on the logic, and then we think we're like the gods of logic. It becomes a problem. I'm not saying that logic is from Satan, don't get me wrong. I'm saying the way that we pomp ourselves on that kind of stuff. It gears us towards Calvinism. And this is what they're doing right now. Marxists are coming in, pretending to be Calvinists, and shifting the doctrine so that it converts conservative Christians into this experience-based garbage Christianity.
Ronnie Floyd is often celebrated as a conservative in the Southern Baptist Convention, but in my opinion, he's kind of corrupt as well. He is definitely part of the problem, and that's putting it mildly, because he brought Docent Research Group into larger prominence in the Southern Baptist Convention back in 2010. And that is kind of where the downgrade started. So, back to the personnel. We just talked about Caleb Murphy, a flaming homosexual. Then we got...
See, this is another thing that I'm a little bit... What's the best way to put this? It seems that embedded within this expose of the leftists, the Calvinists, which admitted, like, a lot of these people are Calvinists, right, that are calling it out. And because they're calling it out, I don't mind it. But I also see a problem with, yes, of course, the whole homosexuality. It's not that he's wrong. It's the way that they're so confrontational about it. It's almost, to me, it looks like there's a big divide going on there as well. So, listen, I don't endorse the way that he's speaking about this kind of stuff. I think it's important to expose that these people are pretending to be conservatives, and they're deliberately targeting the conservative base with all this progressive stuff. Like, I have a big problem with that, but as you, like, these guys are focusing a lot on the same identity politics that the left wants you to focus on. So bear that in mind as we go through this, okay? I don't really endorse at all the way that he is speaking about homosexuals. Not because I'm, like progressive or anything like that. It's because I'm sensing there's been embedded within this the old school Reformed or Calvinist group to be confrontational towards this in a way that the left wants you to confront them. So I don't like that at all. I don't care about whether it's homosexuality or anything else, really. Like, if you're setting it up as a front of division, we got a problem there. I would prefer that he would keep it to the expose itself, but he does point out a lot of good things.
Robbie Foreman, another woke person. Zach Nielsen, definite leftist. Heather Joy Zimmerman is a feminist, hardcore feminist. And this is what the article exposes. I'm just summarizing their points, and I'll link that in the description below. But yeah, I'm trying to summarize like an 11,000 word article as briefly as I can for you in the audience to digest it as quickly as possible. is huge because she's a feminist. She's pro-abortion, is on the record writing very pro-abortion articles like why we should not defund Planned Parenthood, stuff like that. And she is involved or works for Summit Church. That is the church of J.D. Greear. J.D. Greear, one of the most prominent users of Docent Research Group, also has staff that writes for Docent Research Group. You know, the web tightens on those two connections. Then we have Grayson Pope, a member of the Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission. I've talked at length about how useless and detrimental that the Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission is to issues like religious liberty that's in the name of the organization. They're also part of the downgrade at the Southern Baptist Convention. So let's look at their main staff. So their main staff, they have like 4 members listed. So what Protestia did was they researched on social media who writes for Docent Research Group, who works for them. And they found the names that they could find. And it turns out they're all leftist. It turns out they're all woke. It turns out that all the women are flaming feminist. And then they got one homosexual in the mix. So let's look at their founders. These are the people that they kind of list as their staff that they're open about naming. We've got Greg Luke, and that's spelled Lucke. He's the founder and president, deeply connected and writes for the Gospel Coalition. Major theme there. We got James Gordon, not to be confused with the commissioner of the Gotham City Police. James Gordon, personnel director of Docent Research Group, pro-CRT, deeply connected to Wheaton College, which is a pretty woke evangelical school.
Yeah, it's like the Fuller. It's a lot like Fuller Theological.
Then we got Joy Harris, operations director or operations administrator, and this is where the connections deepen. We have Michael Weir. She works for Michael Weir. Who is Michael Weir, you ask? Michael Weir was a Obama campaign staffer, specifically on their religious outreach committee or whatever you call that. So he was part of the Obama campaign. He was an Obama campaign staffer. And you know, he's still relevant in evangelicalism today because Michael Weir is deeply instrumental in the AND campaign. And I've talked at length about the AND campaign, specifically more about Justin Giboney, but want to say Anthony Bradley. But the AND campaign is this woke Marxist, and they claim to be Christian, but they're not a Christian organization. It's a political activist campaign to basically hitch social justice to biblical Christianity, especially in the realm of politics. That's what the AND campaign is doing, and they're rapidly growing, probably because they're very well funded, probably. And they got a lot of staff on there. It's a very woke organization, and Michael Weir, a former Obama campaign staffer, is one of the faces behind that. So we have Michael Weir, who's one of the faces behind Docent Research Group, and he's also one of the faces behind the AND campaign. So that's big. That's big. And then we have Amber Bowen, who's very pro-transgenderism. She is, I believe, the curriculum director, and she also has deep connections. I think she's a staff member at Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary. So again, these are the people that are running Docent Research Group. They are all woke. They are all feminist or pro-critical race theory, and certainly left on politics. They are leftists, generally speaking. So, again, we already talked about the main beneficiaries, but, you know, we talked about J.D. Greear, who's, you know, not only a beneficiary, but he seems to also be like a recruiter for their staff. Matt Chandler, one of the biggest pastor names. Like, when you talk about pastors that were supposed to be that next generation of prominent pastors, you know, to replace people like John Piper, to replace people like Tim Keller, or even John MacArthur, so to speak. You know, the big names of the future, the up-and-comers. You think of people like Matt Chandler. You think of people like David Platt, whose name is not connected to Docent Research Group yet. But Matt Chandler certainly is, and he was thought to be on the up and up before, you know, he got exposed. And you'll wonder why Matt Chandler's gone woke. It's because he relies heavily on Docent Research Group. Ronnie Floyd brought that into greater prominence in the Southern Baptist Convention, according to the article. Specifically one of the Great Commission Task Force Research Groups or something like that. Mark Driscoll, big proponent of Docent Research Group. The article has a quote where he says that they do everything for me but cut my grass. So Mark Driscoll very much in favor of Docent Research Group. So that's basically the summary of this, and more coming later on the funding. Like, another thing that the article touches up on is their pricing structure, and it seems like they're pretty overpriced. Like, these guys are making a killing writing for evangelicalism. And, you know, it's a sad state of affairs. So I'm glad that Protestia put in the hard work, and not just them. J.D. Hall lists a bunch of people that helped him with the work, and I can only name a few of them off the top of my head, unfortunately. But they did good work exposing this, because this is one of the main enemies in evangelicalism. This is one of the main enemies that we're up against. We need to dismantle this. And by this, I mean the people that are writing these centralized sermons that are getting spread out everywhere. And I don't know where Ed Litton fits into this, because Ed Litton is actually what led to this. His plagiarism, him getting caught plagiarizing J.D. Greear, led to J.D. Greer's exposure, or association with Docent Research Group, getting exposed. And this is just an act of God, and I'm very thankful that, you know, this stuff is getting exposed. And, you know, hopefully this establishment will get wrecked. And Ed Litton gets to be the start of that, and then it leads to J.D. Greear, and now we're on to Docent Research Group. And if we can take back, if we can root out the influence of Docent Research Group, we will do. This would be a major victory in spiritual warfare, in the spiritual battle that we are up against, specifically here on Earth. That's what we need to be doing. We need to dismantle this organization. We need to expose who uses them. We need to root them out or call them to repentance. But that's what we got to do. So good.
You see how, like, this stuff is important to expose, and I would even go so far to agree that this is a true war that we should be focusing on as Christians. False infiltrators. It is indeed God's will, as it is written in the Bible, that the church will fall away, but it's also our duty to try and get the word out to as many people, especially in the area of polemics, which these people really want you to they want you to either be quiet about this stuff, or they want you to be hyper focused to the point that it will create enmity. So be careful about that. As we go through, I will be going through more of this docent thing, the Docent Research Group, and I'll be going through a lot more of these videos as well, just to lay the foundation of what is going on. But the way that I'm hearing it from, like, everybody who's been exposing it, they all seem to be, there's a Calvinistic side to it that is calling out the stuff in their own, which I don't disagree with, of course, but there seems to be a very flesh and blood kind of enmity towards these people, and it may be exactly what they want you to do. And the way that they're talking about Docent is almost as if this is like the final boss. And like their top person that they speak about is Michael Weir, who was Obama's puppet. So we are talking about a puppet's puppet here. So we're just getting the tip of the iceberg, even though I still believe this is a massive scandal, because you're looking at actual infiltration in, like, corporate and non-Christian, basically pagans, infiltrating the church. And now we're starting to get solid evidence of it. So I'm not brushing this aside as unimportant, because it is indeed very important and could even be like a scandal of the year kind of thing, in my opinion. But let's not treat these guys as like they are the final boss of this. Okay, there's something behind Docent. Docent is just one organization of many. Okay, and I'm not just going to say Satan, because it is Satan, of course, but these groups operate in a lot of, they fracture themselves in 100 different pieces and push it in many different ways, right? Docent is just one of them, and it could very well be that the people exposing Docent at this moment is trying to keep you away from looking into the other things. So as we continue to cover this, please know I don't necessarily endorse the people that are covering this, especially because I'm going to go into James White's video on this, and that's one person that I don't normally recommend. I just think that he breaks this down pretty well here. Might have to go Alpha and Omega. Yeah, we'll go with this. 7 minutes, pretty good. So again, I'm just going to let you know, James White is a Calvinist, right? So be really careful when you're watching him. He's kind of part of the same thing. So, but he is also, I'm not going to lie, he's quite brilliant, and he does expose this very well.
The idea of walking into a pulpit, or walking in and having somebody hand you your script. Because I'll be honest, when Greear does his, my left arm will always be 3 times larger than my right arm because I preach the entire time holding a Bible. But I'm not looking at the Bible. This is my manuscript. And so I stand there and this is how I preach. All the references and stuff are in the manuscript. So it's sort of like you walk in, here's your thing. Here's what you need to do. I can't preach that way. And it would never cross my mind that people do, but people do. And so I discovered this Docent Research Group. And Bob Gagnon, and Rich referenced a Facebook article from Bob Gagnon, where Bob Gagnon talked about this Docent Research Group where J.D. Greear had written an endorsement for them saying, "You guys make me look good." And I'm like, what is a docent? What? And so you do your quick search, DuckDuckGo search, and you pull them up. So here's one of it's a fancy website, real, graphically rich type website. And so here's just one of the pages on the Docent Research Group. And it says, it's pretty small there, but it says research details. Our research team offers services ranging from book summaries to congregational surveys to sermon prep and planning assistance.
See, we got a big problem with that, eh? It's not just the sermons and the studies that are being fed off to these fake pastors. Real pastors could also go in and be tempted by these surveys, okay? So it means basically, let's just call it what it is, customer information. It's figuring out what they want to hear, right? So that they can sell it to them better. That's what's going on here, and it's a massive problem. It's this culture, this mentality of culture eats strategy for breakfast. If you look that up on Google, you'll see it. Listen, you may have never heard that term before, or that phrase before. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. Look it up on Google right now, and you'll see 1,000, like, it's not just thousands, it's millions of companies that are employing this strategy, and basically this is what's going on here. They give you that extra knowledge, and then you focus on that, the way to attract more people and keep more people rather than sticking to what makes things good and whole, right? And you see it everywhere. It's not just in Christianity. It's basically everywhere. But this is how it is infiltrating the Calvinist church, or like SBC church. And many of those who are hyper-focused on logic, they're feeding in bad logic and rationalizing it to make sense, and it falls on many ears, or not just falls, it hits many ears, it tickles many ears. This is what's going on here. So I'll let White keep talking. I'm gonna also say I don't endorse him either, but he covers it well here.
When you partner with Docent, you're extending your research capabilities and guaranteeing that you'll have the resources you need to do your job well. Learn more. Learn more. And so evidently you can get an account, and I don't know what this costs. I don't know if it's a per sermon thing. I don't know if you can get an account and say, okay, I want you to, maybe you can like fill in a thing about how big your church is, how many people attend, what's the demographics, where you're located, and maybe you'll get back this really snazzy, cool thing that, in your area, this is how you should dress, and you shouldn't have a pulpit, you should have a pulpit, this kind of music you should. I mean, there are people that do that, so maybe this is something like that. But notice book summaries to congregational surveys to sermon prep and planning assistance. And so when I threw this out, somebody on Twitter threw back, because one of the questions I asked is, okay, so are the people at Docent, are they ordained elders? Or who are they? I mean, if you get a sermon outline, do you know who prepared it? Where'd they go to school? What's their training? What's their denomination? What's their theological confession? Do you know? Do you literally go in and say, I want 70% Calvinistic and I want millennial and I want Gen Z? What, do you just like click stuff to, how does this work? I can't imagine, but evidently, because then someone else on Twitter had said, I think, if I recall correctly, it was Bill Roach. I think Bill Roach had said that when this happened, was it Bill Roach? I'm sorry, Bill, if it wasn't you.
Calvinists like to name drop more than anybody. It's so pompous. Sorry to any Calvinists listening in. I know you will probably be searching the Docent group and hearing me and thumbs downing this video, and I understand, but the name dropping, oh my gosh.
Someone had said, and I thought it was Bill Roach, that there's probably like a Q source. In other words, the reason there's all this similarity in the same phraseology and stuff like that is there's probably a Q source, and maybe it is Docent because more and more people are using it. I suppose that's a possibility. I mean, that's not what Ed Litton said when this first started coming out. He said that he had J.D. Greer's permission and knowledge and so on and so forth. So that's not what he said. It wasn't. No, I was using this Docent group and they sent us the same stuff. I don't know. But you have no idea who these people are. And so do you like get an outline and then check it out? Because remember, when Ed Litton first started responding to this, he's going, well, you know, we have this 8-person team. And so we spend time doing the language work. Really? Really? I'm sorry. If you're reading someone else's outline word for word, don't look me in the eye and say you did language work. Where are you going to stick that in at? Huh? Come on, you're not doing language work. But we do the language work and the commentaries and blah, blah, blah. We do all this work. If you're reading somebody else's sermon, why are you doing any of the rest of that stuff? None of it makes a lick of sense. But, so you have the Docent Research Group. I think, honestly, everyone in every church has the right to know whether what they are hearing in the ministry of the word in their services is coming from the actual study, experience, and mind of their pastor, or from a nameless, faceless second-year seminary student barely getting by making a few extra bucks doing sermon outlines and selling them online.
And that's the crux of it, eh? These people that you don't know, and they're all sharing this stuff. There's so many people that are using this. We're going to show. I'll show you now. Some of your big. This is what they say, like straight up. Straight up. It's all coming from Marxists.
Matt Chandler and Tim Keller also
talk about getting with the culture, all that kind of stuff. All these people behind Docent Research Group, as was in the first video. I know the guy was a little bit weird, but he exposes the names and all these people. None of them are Christian. We're talking about like the atheist Methodist teachers and stuff like that, or the atheist Methodist pastors, sorry. And just people who are basically New Age. They're New Agers, and they're completely leftists, sociologists, all that kind of stuff, and they're injecting this cultural, they call it a cultural aspect to the teachings, and that becomes the critical race theory that's being taught in churches, the progressiveness, the great transfer of wealth, that kind of stuff. Like, this is where it's coming from. It's coming from people that are not Christian, injecting it into people who are basically actors.
So endorsed Docent. Let's watch these.
Hi, my name is Matt Chandler. I'm the lead pastor, teaching pastor here at the Village Church in Dallas, Texas. Been using Docent Research for about 4 years now. When I was first approached by Docent, I was a bit hesitant. I thought it was a bit concerning that someone would. I ultimately thought, so you do sermon work for me, and that just bothered me. It felt like cheating. Felt like I was being lazy. But
yeah, it is. You're cheating and you're being lazy. Okay. Listen, guys, this is no Matt Chandler. Okay, you maybe whether you know him or not. Okay, he is in every Baptist church right now. Any of the ones where you'll find like a drum kit in the church or whatever. He's also teaching on like the Sunday school things. You know what I mean? Like they go to study groups, right? The Baptist after worship and stuff like that, and they're teaching this stuff, and he's getting it all from a bunch of commies, and he's rationalizing it right now.
But in reality, the team that works for me, they don't write my sermons for me. They actually help me be much more effective in regards to preparation, because I can do the exegetical work and I can do my outline, and they can bolster things that I'm just not strong at. And so they can come alongside me and help me with sociological information. They can come help me with certain cultural pieces that I just wouldn't have any idea.
Oh, like critical race theory.
How to research. And then in regards to cost, you're simply not going to be able to have your own research assistant that's on staff with you at your church, that you'd pay him a lot more, her a lot more than you would Docent for doing the work.
Right, so they tempt you with the lowered costs of things, right? We'll do your work for you instead of paying, instead of having a job, in your community. We'll do it from a centralized place, and we'll pass it to all the other pastors out there that bought into this garbage, right? And we'll just do your work for you, and it's at a much cheaper cost because we can affect more pastors and get it out there, right? So it's much more cost efficient. Well, I'm sorry, we can't serve God and mammon. Sorry, Chandler, you've been exposed as a fraud, and someone who's injecting, like you said, sociology and culture and the stuff, the stuff that you can't really address, but they're going to force into your church, the critical race theory and all that stuff, because that's exactly what's happening through this Docent Research Group.
For you. And so I couldn't recommend Docent Research more highly.
I got lots more, so stand by. We are currently witnessing the infiltration of the Protestant church. This is one symptom of it. Just bear with me, I got another one lined up. Okay, yeah, this one, J.D. Hall, another Calvinist, another name dropper. All right, so bear this in mind. I am not a Calvinist. I do think that tulip is a deceiving theory. Maybe this isn't the time to chat about that now, because we're both exposing something very important. So just bear it in mind. He has his own theology as well that is controversial. But he does.
Hey, this is JD with Protestia, and I wanted to give a brief synopsis of what is in our expose, yet to be titled, but it will be released Monday at 4 p.m. So if you're seeing this, the article is now up. Some people prefer, a visual form of information gathering, so we thought that we would give a brief synopsis. Within moments of Ed Litton being elected president narrowly at the Southern Baptist Convention, clearly the liberal choice over the more conservative Mike Stone, some noticed that his statement of faith on the website was, well, either committed the heresy of partialism or monarchianism, Sabellianism, modalism. Essentially, it was anti-Trinitarian because God doesn't exist in three parts, but three persons. We thought that was interesting. First of all, why not the Baptist Faith and Message for the president of the SBC? And secondly, how does he not know what his doctrinal statement says? But then Seth Dunn, one of our writers, noticed, hold on a second, this is stolen. This is taken from another church without attribution. So we have a couple problems immediately with Ed Litton. First of all, are you so obtuse as a pastor that you don't know what's on your church's website? Secondly, this wasn't merely a statement on the church's website. This was the church's doctrinal statement. I would expect the pastor of the church to know what his doctrinal statement is. So this is not a particularly like theologically savvy guy. And then on top of that, he stole it. Thousands of churches use the statement of faith from MacArthur's church, Grace Community Church, but I've never seen a church not cite it. So why didn't he cite it? And then we heard a lot.
See how this is a big problem here? These groups like Docent, I'm sure it's not the only one, they can make people who know nothing about the Bible, and they've just taken a brief course on how to sound like one, and they can basically just copy and paste sermons. So it looks like they're well studied, and they've had no formal training, or they've just been quote unquote saved again, and then or born again, and then they within a year they seem to be ready to teach everybody, and they got all this awesome teaching and all that kind of stuff, but it's not theirs, and they don't mention where it comes from. So do you see where this is like a cult school? Really, it's for people who are unqualified to sound qualified, like the vigilant Christians. And by the way, I'll just let you know something. These people that they're tying to, I have a feeling that they're not mentioning Piper yet, or they're not exposing Piper because he's too close to the Calvinists. But when you go to the Vigilant Christian Mario, Vigilant Citizen, whoops, not the one he copied. Just give me a second. About channels. See, what has he got there for recommendations? Desiring God. Desiring God is John Piper. Desiring God is John Piper's place. There's John Piper right there, wearing his very ceremonial robes, if I must say so myself. He looks quite spiffy. But yeah, this is his church, and these are the same. He's a Neo-Calvinist, just like the Matt Chandlers, just like the Greers. All of these people, they're all in the same. And yeah, Mario links. This is the only actual major place that he links to. So yeah, you see how these people could just jump in, pretend to be Christian, and just be fed a whole bunch of stuff to sound Christian. See? It makes sense. You know what I'm talking about? Anyways, let's move on. Let's keep hearing what he says.
Line from Ed Litton that Jeff Maples pointed out, that the Bible whispers about homosexuality, which, as I think it was Pastor Jeffers pointed out on the program, that's not true. And then I pointed out, secondly, Jesus says in Matthew that which you hear whispered, shout. So if the scripture is whispering about homosexuality, shout it out. But the thing is, we had heard that before. We heard that from J.D. Greear, and we heard that from Jen Wilkin. We'd written about it previously, but he didn't attribute that to J.D. Greear. So we began to look into Ed Litton's, and when I say we, not just me, lots of others, began to look into his plagiarism and found that he had plagiarized J.D. Greear dozens of times, and going back over 15 years. And on top of that, plagiarized some work of Tim Keller. Now, I was on the phone with Justin Peters the night that most people began to figure out that he's a long-term plagiarist. And I had just...
See, here's the thing. It's not so much... they say plagiarist, and yeah, it is plagiarism. But it's not like they're stealing it from someone and pretending that... they didn't steal it. It's more that they're all of these people that he's mentioning are getting it from the same place, and they're paying for it.
Also got off the phone with Roseboro, asking Roseboro to cover this as well. And the conversation I had with Chris was like this. I said, I know that, listen, once a guy's caught plagiarizing, What you'll find out was this is never a one-time crime. This is someone, if you plagiarize one sermon, you're probably plagiarizing all of them. And so I told Justin, I said, listen, there's going to be dozens or hundreds of sermons pulled down off the internet tomorrow. The second thing that's going to happen is J.D. Greear, because he's pals with Litton, is going to come out and say he didn't find it to be plagiarism. He found it to be flattering. Well, Ed Litton doubling down in his sin instead of just repenting of his plagiarism. By the way, John Piper defines plagiarism quite well. It is to present someone else's work as your own without attribution. So it'd be like me telling a story as though it happened to me, but it was someone else, or someone else wrote something and I took credit for it as though I myself wrote it. So he's clearly guilty of committing plagiarism. J.D. Greear wrote an article about that back in 2011 and then pulled it down. And indeed, he said, no, I consider it flattering. And he asked my permission to take my stuff. But the church didn't know, assuming that we can believe Greear, which is a crapshoot. Assuming we can believe Greear, he didn't tell his church that he was not providing his own sermon material, that he was stealing it. That's thievery. Like, that commandment is so clear, God didn't even bother explaining it. You know how like the first, second, third, fourth, fifth commandments all have an explanation, you know, a description, curses, imprecatory curses or blessings for following them. Like the Sabbath day is the longest one. Like, here's how you follow the Sabbath. But once you get to the second table, it's like, don't murder, don't steal, don't commit adultery. So like the don't steal part, the eighth commandment, seems to be pretty clear. Well, he was stealing a lot. And as I said, not just from Greear, but also from Keller in the sermon he preached with his wife. So going back to him being a not particularly savvy theological fellow, in that he doesn't know what's in his own doctrinal statement, or he knows, but he doesn't know that it's modalist and anti-Trinitarian, that's a bit of a problem. But he also blamed his research group. And then I think it was Jeff Maples again who discovered that J.D. Greear has admitted on video to buying material so that as a pastor, it will, quote, make him look good. Then we found a video of Ed Litton saying that he, quote, used to lie. That's his words. He used to lie about how long it takes him to do sermon prep. And we're saying these are the leaders of the Southern Baptist Convention. But who are the people that they're buying their material from to make them look good as pastors? And we found out it's Docent Research Group. So what this article is about, not so much the plagiarism of Litton and Greear, which we'll get into in the beginning of the article.
Yeah, so just to let you know, because he's a Calvinist and Calvinist name drop all day. They're very dry. They're very boring. I understand. Just hang on with me here and listen to what he's saying. Just even almost forget about the names until you get to where he's talking about the Docent Research Group. Because these are where all of these irrelevant names that he keeps name dropping, including John Piper, which he sounded like he was still praising is because he's a Calvinist, right? He's listing off all of these people are copying from the Docent Group, okay? All of those irrelevant names that he was just going through, this is why it's a problem. Because irrelevant people can become relevant by using this group and fake being intelligent pastors, to be honest.
But keep reading through the article. And I can say this is the longest article I have ever written in my life, okay? It's for a reason. We're very thorough. What we find out about the Docent Research Group is that every organizer, founder, developer, and writer has a couple things in common. Number one, there's 1 degree of separation from the Gospel Coalition. Number two, they are primarily not theologians, but sociologists who admittedly are critical theorists. One of the writers actually teaches critical theory. He calls himself a critical race theorist. It's not like he explains what it is. He teaches it.
So a teacher of critical race theory, right? These are where they're getting their material from. That cultural and sociological stuff that Matt Chandler was just talking about in that small video that I just put up. The one before, this is where he's getting it from. That, again, sociological. What social. That's what it is, right? Social justice. That's what he's talking about.
Really. The women are all egalitarians and feminists, and they're all socialists, Marxists, and Democrats. And so then we begin to find out who has been using Docent Research Group. Matt Chandler, most prominently Tim Keller, J.D. Greear. In fact, one of the writers for Docent goes to J.D. Greer's church. And then we find out that The Witness, the Black Christian Collective, formerly known as RAN, uses Docent to produce their material. Then we found out that the ERLC uses Docent to produce their material. And not only do they not provide an attribution to Docent, they actually lie about who wrote that article. That's according to the individual from Docent who wrote those articles for the ERLC. It's amazing stuff. And then the most shocking to me as a Southern Baptist, which may only be a byline in the mind of some, is that Ronnie Floyd used Docent Research Group to help him reshape and redesign the Southern Baptist Convention in 2010. It was the Docent Group that provided the blueprint for the Great Commission Resurgence Task Force report. That year, 2010, marks the beginning of the leftward turn of the Southern Baptist Convention.
2010. Around the same time, Mario started making videos too. So those teachings that he would come out, and he's unable to really pull any understanding of the gospel, but he seems to have very specific topical verses when he preaches, and like he exposes whatever he's pretending to expose. Where does he get it from? And why does it keep sounding like we need to take over things? Like we have to, like it's the satanic Illuminati is the enemy and we need to fight a spiritual warfare, when this is like the exact same SJW stuff.
That's interesting, right? All of those megachurch pastors, they're all leftists. They all use Docent. They're not preparing their same material. David's here with me. David, you've heard me say so many times, these guys are all speaking from the same script. The sermons all sound the same. And I've said many times, they've got to be in a comm box together somehow, in the same way that we are with the social justice Contras. They're organized. Ed Stetzer posts something about QAnon being a religion, and then they're all doing that. Joe Carter posts something. Jared Wilson posts something about immigration, and then they all do that as though it's the same script. Well, it turns out that they're all associated with the Docent Group. And what this article demonstrates is that it's the Docent Group that has invaded America's pulpit in connection with the Gospel Coalition. They brag about having their sermons preached to 1 million Americans each week. So 1 million people are hearing sermons crafted by egalitarian feminists. By the way, one of the Docent writers was a homosexual, or is a homosexual. United Methodists. Tim Keller's Docent writer that writes Tim Keller stuff is a Roman Catholic who says he has devoted himself to Roman Catholic social theology, attacking things like capitalism, for example. Tim Keller's sermons are being prepared by a Roman Catholic. Now, Mark Dever used his podcast to argue that Docent isn't writing sermons. They're just providing illustrations. They're just providing research. I need to go back for a second.
Well, what did he just say about the Roman Catholic?
Says he has devoted himself to Roman Catholic social. One of the Docent writers was a homosexual, or is a homosexual. United Methodists. Tim Keller's Docent writer that writes Tim Keller stuff is a Roman Catholic who says he has devoted himself to Roman Catholic social theology, attacking things like capitalism, for example.
This is what he's talking about. The social theology. Okay? Liberation theology. Now, the people who push this are Jesuits. This came from Jesuits. Look. Boom. Jesuit. Just watch. Just watch this. Jesuit. On a Wikipedia page. Remember how they like coughing this stuff up? Right? They brag. This came from Jesuits. Oh goodness, I keep hitting that thing. Yeah, they brag it came from Jesuits. You'll even see another thing. Vatican Francis Liberation Theology. Oh, did they pull it? There was a video by the Vatican itself, and talking about how Francis. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. You can see it just real quick.
Pope Francis, as Cardinal Bergoglio, suffered through the dictatorships that were there in Argentina, which were
Pope Francis is Bergoglio. He's a Jesuit.
very much military dictatorships from the right. He saw the struggle of the people, especially from more the socialist and communist elements, really trying to fight for the poor in Argentina, etc.
See? Socialist, communist, anti-capitalist, socialist theology. Liberation theology. That's what this guy's talking about right now. We got a liberation theology person behind the Docent Group. A Jesuit. Like, how clear does it need to be? Oh my goodness. This is guys, this is huge. These people are like, here's the thing. The way that they're framing it is that there's just plagiarism and stuff like that. Like, he's not mentioning who's behind that stuff. The Roman Catholic, I'm surprised he even went that far. But, yeah, these guys, they have their own spin on it. They're kind of like, listen, the Calvinists, the MacArthur Calvinists, of which he is a part of, they're, in a way, they're quite literally the Fox News of Christianity, okay? I remember hearing the guy from Wretched even compare it. It's like when you become a Calvinist or when you become Reformed, you get a gun and a subscription to Fox News. I remember him saying that. I have to find it for you sometime. So these guys are going to give you a lot of information that the left isn't going to give you, of course, but just bear this in mind. These people are gatekeeping as they tell you this expose. There's much more to this docent thing that they're even... I don't know whether they could understand it because it's quite conspiracy based, I guess. It's much deeper than this docent thing, or if they're just trying to keep all eyes focused here to stop any type of overflow. Right? So, yeah. I didn't even hear that before. Just one more time, just for the people in the back. We're talking about liberation theology, okay? The social theology going against capitalism in Catholicism. That is, through and through, a Jesuit political propaganda push. And they did it in many places. Like, if you go through the rest of this video, he talks about, it's like Argentina, like basically everywhere that wasn't Brazil that was doing the right-wing juntas, whatever. It was here, see, right? Yeah. We got a big problem with these guys subverting the church, and this is how they're doing it, through these types of groups.
Docent writer that writes Tim Keller stuff is a Roman Catholic who says he has devoted himself to Roman Catholic social theology, attacking things like capitalism, for example. Tim Keller's sermons are being prepared by a Roman Catholic. Now, Mark Dever used his podcast to argue that Docent isn't writing sermons. They're just providing illustrations. They're just providing research. But there's an article at the Gospel Coalition by Jared Wilson, who used to work for Docent. And what that article reveals is that they are providing exegesis for the sermons. Exegesis means to pull the meaning out of the text. They are script writing the sermons of the pastors. Now, in our research, we've discovered Docent is not the only group, but it's certainly the most expensive and the most...
All right, testing. We got this? What an interesting time to have disconnected there, hey? Just 1 second. Gotta refresh my chat now. Let me know if you can hear me. What an interesting time to disconnect. All right. So, yeah, we'll just finish him off there. So again, because this is a longer video, and I just want to make sure for anybody coming in, I am not a Calvinist. This guy is a Calvinist. He's exposing good truths right now. So just bear in mind that I don't necessarily support everything he has to say, but what he is uncovering at the moment is very important.
And then we see connections with Ed Stetzer, with Wheaton College, with a professor who said about the George Floyd riots and the burning of America's cities last summer that he wanted to be the one to light the first match. Now, how do we know that their writers are homosexuals, United Methodists, Roman Catholics, egalitarians, feminists? How do we know that one of the writers is a Southeastern Baptist Theological Seminary professor who wrote an article praising Planned Parenthood and attacking pro-life abortion protesters?
Another thing as well, remember when we were doing that study on the Balliol College? I don't know for those who, if they didn't see that, we were talking about people in the NAR and in YWAM and like these different churches that are part of this leftist takeover of Christianity. A lot of these people came out of Balliol, and they don't really mention this. Just 1 second. I'm going to go back.
Planned Parenthood and attacking pro-life abortion protesters.
Yeah, anyway, so these guys with the Balliol College that went to Balliol College, I think a few at Fuller Theological Seminary and stuff, but all these people that go to these schools that basically spawn out these NAR people, like Fuller, Wheaton in America, a lot of them have done a bunch of stints in Southeast Baptist Theological Seminary. I think that's what it was. Like, I kept seeing that name every time I went through it. They went through that, but they also went to Fuller, and that's where they got, turned into that experience-based New Age nonsense that you'll see at Bethel Church, Jesus Culture, things like that, right? But a lot of these people, they also come out of this same one. Like these same Baptist theological seminaries in the same areas.
Which has now been moved to the Wayback Machine. Well, the writers are secret from Docent's perspective when you go to the website, but we just did the work of social media using the term Docent, finding out who their writers are, which we've been able to do, and then their stance on things like politics and Marxism and critical race theory. And so for the sake of doing theology in community and saving time as a pastor, what we've uncovered should be the end of evangelicalism as we know it. It is full of plagiarists, thieves, and liars. The article really is mind-blowing and irrefutable if you go through it. So you've got a choice. You can either be okay with it, or you can say, this is a Matthew 18 issue. These pastors need to be fired. They need to be rebuked publicly and punitively set apart from the church for letting communists, Marxists, feminists, homosexuals write their sermons and present them the quote unquote research that they need to do their sermon work. Right now it's 10:34 p.m. I've had a busy week. I've done a lot of things. And as soon as I'm done with this video, I'm going to just start my sermon for tomorrow. I'll get home at about 4 a.m. That's probably my wife texting me.
I say he's finished. He's finished. The Levin and Calvinist videos is too much for me sometimes. But yeah, we got a problem. We got a big problem. These are they're giving this information who are people who are pretending to be conservative Christians in the Calvinist church. And they're trying to move people out of that, right? This is the other wing. Or this is just another wing, I should say, of the New Age, the one religion thing, is trying to get everybody kind of aligned towards Rome. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Everybody mentions the little hats, and there's a reason for that. Because there's a big round hats going around talking about those all the time. I would say they're probably setting them up for it too. Because this is what we find here. Who is this guy, I wonder? So this is the links to the article that he was doing, or that he did. This is the main like expose. I have it down in the links in the description, so you can grab that for yourself. I need to find this guy. Let's see. We got. There's a huge. First evidence, statement of faith on Litton's website, however, did not affirm the Trinity. The God consists of three distinct persons and not parts or mass, like modalism, Sabellianism, and monarchianism. It denied it, insisting the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost are parts of God. Yeah. On the basis of doctrinal statement, Litton would have been defrocked, disordained, or removed from the pastoral office everywhere, from the Roman Catholic Church to every single branch of Protestantism. Indeed. So this is the guy that actually uses that, though. So 1 second. Ed Litton is the one that had. Okay, I think we're here. I think we're here. Just give me one moment. Oh yeah. Here we go. Brad Vermeulen. Clear and obvious Jesuit adjutant. This guy should be made famous. University of Notre Dame, sociology. Oh boy. A fellow. So maybe he's not a priest, but he could be a brother. Well, he's one of the two. He's pushing liberation theology. Oh my goodness. On the self-provided bio on his own website, Vermeulen, I don't know how to say that, Vermeulen, lists his influences, mostly Romanist liberation theologians, along with a few others, including Tim Keller, Rod Dreher, Kevin DeYoung, Russell Moore, and Carl Trueman. All are either now or have been council members of the Gospel Coalition, with the exception of Rod Dreher. Intense. Okay, let's get to another one. I kind of want to jam-pack this with as much as possible. Oops. No, I was picking stuff out of another browser. Sorry, one sec. Docent Research. See if we got anything new. Good to see you in the chat, by the way, Finding Freedom. Did you know the Archbishop of the Orthodox Church, Bartholomew I of Constantinople, was educated in Rome and went to Roman Catholic run schools? Huh. That wouldn't surprise me. And there's a lot of crazy stuff going around there, man, in the Balkans. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I did not know it though. Okay, let's get to the next one. I think this guy covers it pretty well as well.
You know, I don't know if it's just me, but in my opinion, the hit ratio for Protestia's articles has been ratcheted up, in my opinion. I don't read every Protestia article. There's some stuff that I'm not all that interested in. You know, there's just
as you can see, they're name dropping themselves again.
But lately, I've been very interested in many of the articles coming out of Protestia. So I wanted to talk about actually two articles in particular. In my book, Social Justice Pharisees, Woke Church Tactics, and How to Engage Them, this is an error copy. You can see sort of the binding is an error. I'm not going to send this one out. You know, in baseball cards, if you have something like that happen, the card is worth a lot more. I don't know if that's going to work the same way for my book, but in any case, in this book, I provide...
Make sure to get that in the first minute, right, bud? Like, this, I am suspicious of, like, basically everybody, because they all do the same thing. The name drop and, you know, links to the church. It seems like there is a lot of PR in this, but, I mean, I guess they do have to get it out by some way, so just don't be fooled. Like, these guys are... They're on their own ring of things.
Provided I think it's like a 2.5-page quotation of Thabiti Anyabwile. And the reason I did 2.5 pages, I dedicated to one quotation from him. And the reason I dedicated that much space to it is because I did not think that if I tried to summarize the quotation, that people would believe me. Because it's that satanic. I mean, when you read it, I've had probably at this point maybe 10 or 20 people reach out to me and say, man, I just read that Thabiti quote. Like, wow, I had no idea how far this goes. And the quotation is a very lengthy thing where it's interesting because he's addressing it to woke white people, like people that are friendly to all of his errant teaching, which is interesting because this is his allies that he's addressing this to. It'd be one thing if he was addressing it to a guy like me. I'm not Thabiti's ally. But he's addressing it to allies, and he's saying, look, I know you want to help us. I know you care about the things I care about, but here's the reality. What we need right now is not our shared identity in Christ. I don't want you to identify with me in Christ. What I need is for you to identify with my blackness. You need to identify with his black skin, is what he said. And he actually goes even further. He says, if I have to choose, I don't, but if I did have to choose between identity in Christ and identity with my black brothers, he chooses identity with his black brothers. I can't think of a more satanic teaching for a professed Christian who claims to be a pastor to teach. I mean, it goes against direct revelation from God. There's a passage that I talk about in this book. It's a very hard passage. A lot of people don't know what to do with it. It's where Christ says, if anyone would come after me, this is not a direct quote, but it's close. If anyone would come after me but does not hate his father, mother, children, even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Now, obviously, Christ is not telling you to overturn the law of God where it says honor your father and mother. So he's not saying you should treat your parents contrary to the law of God. What he is saying, though, is that your loyalty must be absolute. Your loyalty to Christ and your identifying with Christ and his people and what he's up to, that has to be total. It can't be halfway. There's no halfway crooks in the body of Christ. It has to be a complete loyalty. And so in comparison, your loyalty to your own flesh, your own blood, looks like hatred. Okay, so that's an important passage because what he's saying is directly refutes what Thabiti is saying. Thabiti is not a believer. So he's overturning what Christ would say. Christ says, if you don't hate your father and mother, your ancestors, your tribe, you can't be my disciple. It's just that simple. You can't do it. One doesn't work with the other. Thabiti's saying, if I had to choose between my identity in Christ and my blackness, I choose my blackness. He's not hating his father and mother. He's not hating his tribe. It's the most basic, primitive way to identify, like, oh, look, you got the similar skin color to me. You kind of look like me. We must be friends. Like, it's the most base level nonsense, of course. But Thabiti has chosen that. I mean, it's totally pagan. It's a pagan way of looking at the world. Now,
Yeah, tribalistic is a great way to look at it. It goes for any group that wants to put their identity before God. It's clearly not Christian. So yeah, he's definitely stoking race tensions. You'll see he goes much deeper into it than that.
I provided that quotation here, and I thought, maybe Thabiti's, I don't think he's alone in this, but amongst, Christian pastors, I say Christian very loosely there, who are known and are published and are celebrated, he's probably alone because that's pretty extreme. Well, Protestia reported here about Charlie Dates, who said something similar. Now, I know that some people get upset when I do the hip-hop voice when I'm talking from a black preacher's perspective, so here's another voice that I'll do. Well, I've got one idea. It's how we've been trained. The further in and the deeper down black preachers go into white evangelicalism, the more anti-justice and anti-black they become. They start saying stuff like, quote, I'm a Christian before I'm black. So to Charlie Dates, it's a huge problem for a black Christian to say, I identify in Christ before I identify with my skin color. See, that's paganism. It's not even paganism in sheep's clothing. It's like not even like veiled paganism. It's it's caveman. That's a caveman mindset, where your tribe is people who sort of look like you, and that's where your loyalty lies. I mean, the most base level caveman thought that way as well. But Christ, in his word, says that actually can't be where your loyalty lies. It can't be with your ethnicity. Your loyalty must be absolute, and it must be to Christ. Again, that's not saying that you don't look out for good things for your family, right? I'm trying to advantage my family at every turn, but I have to do it according to Christ's commands. I can't do it contrary to Christ's commands. I can't do it in spite of Christ's commands. Like, my loyalty to Christ overrides my loyalty to my family. There's nothing wrong with me trying to treat my family well and to advantage my family, but I must do it always considering what my Lord, my Master, my King would have me do. My loyalty to Christ overrides my loyalty to my family, and I don't have to choose this, because God also commands that I love my wife and my kids and stuff like that. Like, that's one of Christ's commands. He's a good king. I don't have to choose this, but it's a very simple choice. If it came down to my loyalty to my family or my loyalty to my God, I choose my God. It's not a hard decision. It's a very simple decision, because Christ said, if anyone would come after me, does not hate his father and mother, his children, his wife, even his own life, he can't be my disciple. I want to be Christ's disciple, and so my loyalty is absolute to Christ. But it's interesting here, Charlie, he identifies being anti-justice and anti-black as saying, I'm a Christian before I'm black. So if you're a Christian and you identify in Christ over your identify with your blackness, then you're anti-black. You're anti-justice. How twisted is this worldview? It's just so pagan. This man, he has no business teaching anybody anything, because he's basically at a caveman level. He's thinking, well, I know Christ came and I know he created the universe, and I know he said these things, but I'm black though, so my blackness, that's what's important. Christ is maybe alongside of that. Maybe it's another. God doesn't take any other gods before him, guys. That's why that passage is so extreme. It's like, no, I'm sorry. I won't take loyalty that's divided between me and your husband, or me and your wife. I won't take that kind of loyalty. Your loyalty, your dedication to Christ must be total. It must be total, or you can't be his disciple. And so I don't think it's I'm not going out on a limb here to say that Charlie Dates can't be Christ's disciple. And yet here he is preaching to many supposed Christians. It's a real shame. It's a real shame. Anyway.
And notice that he was coming out of the Southern Baptist Church as well. Same thing, I think Saddleback Church was also SBC. Daddleback. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't think it is any longer affiliated with the Southern Baptist Convention. I think they broke out of it. I'm not 100% sure on that, but the point still stands. That it's posted here, like they were associated with the Southern, and that's Rick Warren, by the way. Like, Rick Warren is like a total heretic, and things are looking pretty shady actually on that. He just resigned from this place, and there is some real big problems with possible sex scandals. So, and I'm not talking about just like, adultery here. I'm talking about kids and things like that. Right? This peace plan is looking real shady. Yeah, but he was a part of the Southern Baptist Convention. And they all come out of Orange County. Just like outside of like San Fran, like these areas. They all come out of it. And I'm wondering why.
So that's one article. But really what I wanted to talk about is this article. This is interesting. This is part 1, and according to Protestia, part 2 is going to contain information about how Docent Research Group is funded. And brothers, let me just say this. This article is very extensive. Look at this. A lot of work went into this article. I don't even want to know how many man-hours went into this article. There's screenshots, there's Wayback Machine stuff, there's videos, there's audios, and it talks about a lot of the key players in Docent. It even has pricing. So there's pricing structures here as far as, doing the surveys and stuff like that. I don't know if it has all the pricing, but it has some of the pricing. Guys, let me just say this. Like, if you don't like Protestia, you don't like J.D. Hall and the people associated with him, well, that's just too bad. That's too bad. If you want to compete with J.D. Hall, go ahead and do what he's doing, and then do it in your nicer way. Listen, I might even like that. I might even like that. Who knows? I mean, maybe JD Hall is my cup of tea because he's the only one out here doing it. So I don't know any better. Maybe a nicer approach doing this exact kind of work would be better. I mean, I don't know because nobody's doing it. So if you think that he's a scourge on the church and he's just a slanderer, mocker, all this kind of stuff, like if that's what you think, okay, so then you try to compete with him. Give us this information in the nice way you want to. Maybe I'll like it better. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea because there's nobody doing the things that he's doing. You know what I mean? It's just the quality here, the effort here is just unmatched. And Protestia guys, I know a lot of you guys. Thank you for doing this. This is important information. This article talks about how.
Once again, it's still very good article. I'm not gonna this is really important stuff, but I can it all reeks of this big circle of patting on the backs of each other. This has its own problems with it. Okay, so don't just get mystified by these people giving you, red pilling you or whatever.
How deep the rabbit hole goes when it comes to the Docent Research Group. And here it is, part 1, everything but the funding. That's coming in part 2. So, and also, if you want to see the Cliff Notes, there's a Docent for Dummies that came out as well. But I recommend reading this entire thing. This is just remarkable work. It talks about sort of how this all started. Ed Litton's plagiarism and how Ed Litton has lied again and again, layers of lies allegedly on top of each other to cover up the fact that he's plagiarizing people. It talks about how that you remember his unorthodox statement of faith that had a Christian formal heresy in his view of God. Apparently, even that was plagiarized. People did some searches, and apparently, allegedly, this started from the Dallas Bay Church, and it was word for word the same. No credit was given. Look, other people use other people's churches' stuff all the time, but you give it credit, of course, obviously. But anyway, so it talks about all the evidence that came out after this, because obviously once he started running cover and running, saying lies about what had happened, people were like, okay, let's look into this. There's obviously, where there's smoke, there's fire. So tons of stuff came out about Ed Litton and all that. And then that's what led us to Docent Research Group, right? That's what led us to Docent. So people started saying, I wonder if he really stole it from JD or if they had the same source. There's an extra source on the side that nobody knows what it is, and that's where Docent Research Group started coming. Oh, this one was interesting. This was a video that Ed Litton lied. He admits that he used to lie about a sermon prep. He used to say 24 hours of sermon, but really it's only 10 hours of sermon. And I got to say, if Ed Litton's spending 10 hours, I don't even believe that. If he's spending 10 hours on a sermon and all he's doing is plagiarizing, that's pretty lame, man. I don't even believe that. So anyway, so here we go. A lot of interesting stuff here. It talks about the articles that Big Eva had written over time about how plagiarism is so wrong and disqualifying. And I didn't know this. This is very interesting. So J.D. Greear, I knew J.D. Greear had written an article 10 years ago or so about plagiarism, but apparently he deleted that article, within the last few days. So he went back and he tried to clean up the article and the tweet where he shared the article because he doesn't want to condemn Ed Litton. So here's what happened. So plagiarism used to be a sin, but now, because it's his buddy who's a social justice woke warrior, now it's no longer a sin, or at least he doesn't want everyone to know.
His buddy who's a social justice woke warrior, the Jesuit, right? This guy, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's a sin. So I didn't know this. He had deleted some of the evidence. I can't even believe that people still do this, when they have public articles out there that they delete their stuff, because obviously we're going to find it. I mean, everybody waybacks machines everything these days. So
sorry, it was actually, this one's Greear, who is a problem in and of itself, but Keller's guy was the Jesuit, I think. Tim Keller's guy.
The article's obviously still here. If you want to read the article or see the tweet, it's all still in the Wayback Machine, and it's all contained here. That's what I love about this article. I mean, if you want a one-stop shop for this entire controversy, this is really good. So anyway, but then people said, J.D. Greear used to outsource his sermons. He used to hire Docent Research Group to do his research for him, his sermon prep for him, and stuff like that. And so all of a sudden, this theory that maybe they just have the same source started gaining some traction. But anyway, so here is. Let me just pause for one moment. I thought this was an interesting quotation. So this quotes a few people that used to support and promote Docent Research Group. This one was from J.D. Greear, and he says, I've often had people remark to me, how many hours did you spend on that sermon? Where'd you get time to do all that research? Thanks, guys, for making me look good. So, he's very happy that, it appears to people on the outside that he's doing a lot of hard work, but really he isn't. He's just outsourcing it to Docent. So he's promoting it because he's you guys are going to look like you're smart too, and all that kind of thing.
Can you believe that? This is his own words, man.
I've often wondered about J.D. Greear because he doesn't appear to be that intelligent, but his sermons are pretty engaging and interesting. So,
see, this is how we get these people. This is how we get these people, just like Mario, and all these actors who don't sound smart, but they seem to all have these wonderful, amazing ideas, which really don't hold up to scrutiny, but people seem to love them anyways. It's because of this social mechanisms that keep going through. And I would bet you could start finding some influencers that like maybe go on some sock puppet accounts, things like that. I bet you they'd be related to it too, because they're talking about like trying to reach more people, and as the church grows, like this will now manage the ability to grow further and still have everything like, you know, administrated properly. So a lot of that, if you're talking about new culture, you're talking about new marketing culture, right? The people that go on the internet, they're paid to be shills. We all know what happens. Like, let's not like pretend that it could not be happening. Maybe it's not. It's just a big. Like we're seeing it with the jabs. We're seeing it with all different kinds of stuff. It's crazy. But yeah, getting back to what we can prove here, like these people. Like Greear is huge, and he's basically saying thanks guys for making me look good, and how many, and he will even talk about like he lied the amount of time that he did and that he would work on sermons, and this is probably what it's talking about.
I always wondered about that, but so obviously, I mean, he's not doing any of the work. The other one that I found was interesting was Mark Driscoll. Mark Driscoll was apparently a user of Docent Research Group. Maybe he still is. Nobody really knows. But here's what his quotation says. Docent has been invaluable to me. I think I've had them do nearly everything but cut my grass. They've saved me hundreds of hours of work and multiplied my effectiveness. I have recommended them to lots.
Bingo. Someone. I'm sorry to keep cutting this off to the guys that aren't live. Finding Freedom is dropping some pretty decent stuff, and I want to read this out. Vigilant Christian, Face Like the Sun, White Rabbit, Round Saturn's Eye, Conspiracy to Christ, Scrawny Brawny, and many others seem to take inspiration from this. I'm not going to blame them all, but I'm seeing a lot of these people when they come out. 2010, right? This is when they were saying that this was really starting to take its hold. It was around 2010. All these channels. Vigilant Christian started 2010 on his own thing. And he apparently, like, he knew it all, and he was able to, list off all this stuff. This is where they're getting their information from. These culture warriors, right? One side gets fed, like the leftist side gets fed the SJW, straight, overt SJW stuff, whereas we get the covert side. Okay? It still pushes SJW stuff. Like, it still pushes liberation theology in that the system that we have now, which is mixed system, but it was at least more or less capitalistic based. It needs to go because it's systematically unjust of Satan on our side. Right? This is what we've been hearing for years from these people. Right? Yeah, Bible Flockbox 2. He's out of SDA. I'm pretty sure he's out of Seventh-day Adventist. So they got their own. He's got his own thing going on. Right? SDA. Aren't they an interesting group though? Like, they expose Jesuits, but you see Ellen White, and, like, Ellen White's coffin was an obelisk. Like, and I'm pretty sure she herself has the hidden hand pictures and all that kind of stuff, right? I don't know what's up with that. Why would they... I think they were all part of, like, the first Great Awakening that happened in New York, Upper New York, in 1830, and I think it was pushed. I think it was like, injected, a Jesuit injection, just like the Great Awakening is happening right now. And it seemed like there was Jehovah's Witnesses and, more or less, like it happened over a course of a couple decades. Mormonism came out of it, Jehovah's Witnesses came out of it, and same thing with the SDA and Christian Scientists, I think, too. Don't quote me on that one, but I think like a lot of these places, it came out of like outside of New York City, New York. And it was all around the 1830s, 1850s, somewhere in that range, I believe, that all these came out. And it seems like they were all tailor-made for different people, right? Ellen White, I think there's some SDA that also, like, they kind of move away from her teachings as well. So, like, listen, I don't know enough about them. All I know is that they definitely are doing the same kind of thing online. Like, Bible Flock, you're absolutely right. He didn't start off talking about SDA either. He started off exposing the satanic Illuminati, and he did a bait and switch over to SDA stuff. I don't think it worked out very well for him, and he moved back to the regular stuff. I don't know what he's doing right now because I haven't followed it. Someone said Michigan. My bad. Sorry. But at the same time, you're talking about 1844. And we're talking about like around the Great Lakes region. This was Jesuit. Like the Great Lakes are the Jesuit seas. Let's just call it that. Okay. There's a reason why Detroit is called Detroit. Detroit. I think it's the Detroit Lac. I think that's what it is. It's talking about how waters come together. David Koresh came from SDA. Interesting. Maybe it's like SDA is meant to pull in schizo types. I'm not making fun of anybody, because they do talk about a lot of stuff that is exposing a lot of things. Interestingly enough, maybe it's meant for them to go radical. I don't know, but I'm just speculating on that. What am I missing here? She was a false prophet, and where women should not speak. Yeah. I mean, the false prophet alone is big. I don't like the Mason references that seem to go all around her. But yeah, Vigilant Christian and all these people, they came out at the same time as all of these things started to pop up. All the signs are pointing to Docent coming out at around the 2010. I don't think Docent is like the hub of it all. I think they've just caught on to one group, of which there could be many. But like you said, even if it's not through Docent, it's through this initiative to inject this spiritual warfare crap, just like the other side has social justice crap. Yeah, absolutely. Good call on pointing that out, Finding Freedom.
Lots of friends, because any ministry that serves leaders who serve God's people is a great gift. So he's very excited about how much time he saves and how Docent does everything for him except presents the information. So basically, Mark Driscoll he's saying, I'm basically an actor. You know, I'm an actor and that kind of thing. So then we have Tim Keller endorsing Docent. You know, we watched this video before. Basically says that, you know, ministry is too hard these days, and so now you need Docent. Back in the old days, it was a lot easier, but now it's too hard. You need to, you know, study sociology and stuff like that, and that's why Docent is great, because they're sociologists and blah 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 blah. So that's that. Again, I can't do this article justice. This is just a couple of snippets that I found interesting. It also goes into, this is the people that work for Docent, or you know, and write for Docent, and it basically makes the case that these guys are just super progressive, super liberal. There's not a conservative among them, and of course they are writing things and reading books and doing the book studies and all that, and giving you sociology.
For those tuning in, the name that's in the bottom corner there, Brad Vermerlin, we just basically found this is a Jesuit coadjutor. Like the one that he's in is like the United Catholic Coalition for Advanced Studies or something like that. It's some big weird acronized name. But yeah, he teaches liberation theology, and if you go back a little bit, or you can even just look up liberation theology, the Catholics they make it no secret that it's Jesuit. Through and through, it's Jesuit. In fact, like a lot of the conservative Catholic orders, they always try and distance themselves from the Jesuits. So you will see them probably pointed out to say, hey, that's not us. They make sure to know that this social theology crap is coming straight from Jesuits. And Francis is a Jesuit.
Sociological insights, according, of course, to pagan sources, because that's what liberals do. And so it's just very interesting that, of course, the drumbeat is the same. They're all buying the same liberal information from Docent Research Group. Matt Chandler's doing it, all that kind of stuff. Let's forward a little bit, because there's a few, lots of screenshots promoting liberal causes, LGBT, you know, soft on abortion, you know, Black Lives Matter, the whole thing. All right, so let's continue. Yeah, this is got a homosexual here. He was a writer for Docent. So Caleb Murphy, a homosexual, you know, gay advocate, faithfully LGBT, claims to be a Christian and also gay. He may have been writing your sermons, pastor sermons for him. So there you go. All right, let's.
These guys really love focusing on the homosexual thing. Listen, homosexuality is one of many sins, okay? But they're really, really focusing on that. I have a suspicion that this group that is exposing, I think this is legit stuff. From what I've seen, it checks out this stuff that he's doing, but they give you a slant with it. Just like someone's mentioning in chat now. The chat's starting to light up a little bit with this conversation. I think there's some great things to point out. The thing about the SDA church is that they believe that Sabbath worship is the only way to be safe from the mark of the beast. All Sunday worshipers to them will suffer from the plagues according. And someone else mentions, Jay Camillo, good to see you, and Watchman for you. But Jay Camillo says, SDA focuses too much on the Sabbath. And So yeah, they give you the truth about the Jesuits and stuff like that, and then they implant in you divisive properties, or divisive tendencies, I guess would be. I don't want to go too much into the Sabbath here today. I would think it's clear enough. Jesus is Lord of the Sabbath. That's the one commandment there, that becomes quite clear. Like, he fulfilled it. And on top of that, when you go through the apostles' writings, you see them talking about meeting on Sunday. So, and then on top of that, I mean, like, it's so works-based. Avoid Sunday. They think it's the mark of the beast. To me, that sounds like injected disinfo, right? Give you a lot of truth, like Alex Jones kind of things. You're not going to get Alex Jones info that can check out on Fox News, that kind of stuff, right? And then implant the craziness. That's, or things that are not so much crazy. Crazy is a bad word to say, actually, for this. It's imprecise. It's more just divisive tendencies, so always watch out for this. It is Jesus that divides us, not these people, okay, from the world. So just bear in mind, as we go through this stuff, I keep seeing this slant more and more with these clearly connected people. They name drop each other all the time, right? And they are Calvinists, like MacArthur Calvinists. Like, who they're exposing right now are the new Calvinists in the church that are infiltrating their church. Right? So we have different groups, and one is cutting the other one's grass, and they're exposing them. Bear that in mind, okay? This is not altruistic necessarily, okay? This is not necessarily just for the truth, because you have what is clearly a coordinated effort. It has all the MacArthur Calvinists right now that are coming out and speaking against it. And it's right to speak against it. Just bear in mind where you're getting this information from. I keep saying it. I know it might be annoying to those that have been watching for a while. I just need to keep saying it, because these guys could be just as bad.
Another thing that this article talks about is there's a lot of women here as well that are working for Docent Research Group, which is interesting because a lot of these complementarians, these fake complementarians, at least they say, well, women can't preach. But is it really that much of a difference if a woman is writing your sermon for you and you just happen to preach it? And it's interesting because, the effeminacy of the woman who wrote your sermon comes out very often. A lot of these pastors, they have a very effeminate style about them and all of that. They don't preach the way that George Whitefield preached. They don't preach.
I remember when I was in the Baptist church a few years ago, and I would go see Matt Chandler. That was one thing I've remembered. I was like, this guy is quite feminine. And I know, like, sometimes I kind of come off that way. I always move with my hands and stuff when I speak. I'm actually doing it right now. And I could even have, like, a high-pitched voice and stuff at times. But it's much further than that. Like, it's flamboyancy. Like, overt flamboyancy. Flamboyance? I think it's flamboyance, not flamboyancy. Buoyancy, like floating in water.
Preach the way that Spurgeon preached. They preach like women, and a lot of people have noticed that. And this is not a knock on women, because women are caring, they're nurturing. My son, when he gets hurt, very rarely wants to come to daddy. He wants to go to mommy because he knows that mommy's going to comfort him and stuff like that. And daddy's a little bit, he'll comfort him, but he'll also tell him to dry your eyes. It's time, like that kind of thing. Like, women are different. God made women a certain way, and that way is not akin to, it's not good, it's not effective, it's not the way people are supposed to preach. We've often noticed, a lot of these big Eva guys are very effeminate, and it makes sense. Women are writing their sermons for them, so there's that as well.
Someone just mentioning in chat, the Bible is very clear, and they say that SDA teaches Sunday worship is the mark of the beast. And I think that's the only way that they would be able to I guess, tie any type of legitimacy to that argument, because the Bible is so clear. Like, it's really clear on this, and I think that's the only way that you'd be able to get someone to think that you should never worship on Sunday. Like, I don't care if you go on Saturday church. I don't care. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, I tended to use Sunday as my day of worship, that I would go, like, as a communion, like go into a community, whatever you want to call it, a physical church. But it's in your heart. The Sabbath is in your heart when you take on Jesus. Jesus fulfilled the Sabbath. Like, it's so clear. The only way that you'd be able to push it to a Protestant who is looking for higher truth, like the Jesuit and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, it's important to look these things out, but you know what I mean, right? Like, they're looking for people who go down rabbit holes and stuff. As they put you down the rabbit hole, they inject those little things like the Sabbath, I think she also taught annihilationism, if I'm not mistaken. Not 100% sure on that. But yeah, all the cults, they just do the same thing. Like, in different ways, in different shades, but it's all the same thing. They always try and replace the authority of the Bible with themselves. And they always quote higher learning. Mark of the beast. I guess it's because, like, back in the day, you couldn't go to shops on Sunday. Maybe some places are still like that. You can't buy and sell unless... maybe. I don't know. It's flimsy. That is flimsy in and of itself. Right? Very flimsy. Yeah. Anyways, let's keep going on this. But I think it's pretty poignant, in my opinion. I think SDA actually is a great analogy for what we're seeing right now to don't get sucked into the MacArthur Calvinist clan. Like, because they're giving you something very important right now. But notice how it's very political. Like, I mean, it is important to mention the liberation theology is a communist mindset. It is, indeed. It's an anti-capitalist mindset, and it can get very intense on government control. You see Francis talk about it, right? This is liberation theology. But yeah, let's not get sucked down that hole, because, in my opinion, MacArthur Calvinists, to the NAR and this infiltration of the Southern Baptist Church, going against them, it reminds me very much, and I think someone pointed it out before me, was Finding Freedom. It is very much like how the SDA talks about the Jesuits, but they got their own problems. Okay? So just be really careful on that. Thank you for making these comments. I'll try not to stop too much for that. Just be very wary who we're speaking with right here. And you can see some very contentious views, I guess,
All right, let's go. I wanted to find one thing that I thought was here it is. So this one was super interesting to me, because one of the things that I talk about conspiracy theories a lot, and all of that, and one of the criticisms often that I get about conspiracy theories, and this is actually something that Doug Wilson also criticizes about conspiracy theories, and I think he's wrong about this. This is the second time, I think, maybe, that I've disagreed with Doug Wilson publicly, so we'll see how this one goes. The first one went really well. That was the church closing thing. I think I beat him on that one. So it was like at 81, Doug Wilson 365, or whatever it is. Let's try another one, because he wrote an article about conspiracy theories, and in it, essentially, one of the cases is that it almost assigns too much power to the enemies, right? It assigns too much power to the government, or too much power to NASA, or whatever it is. Like, whatever the conspiracy theory is about, it's almost assigning godlike powers. Like, they know everything, they can do everything. They're just competent to the nth degree. They make no mistakes. They cover their tracks perfectly. And actually, I disagree with that. I really do, because I actually don't think that most of these conspiracy theories rely on someone being very able to cover their tracks. In fact, I think that most of these powers that be are actually pretty sloppy when you think.
Yeah, see, there you go, right? This is the trick. When they're strong, make them feel weak. Appear to be weak. This is what this is. Be very careful on this stuff. When people are pointing and laughing and stuff, yeah, the middle managers are stupid. And they're meant to be stupid so that each side can point at each other and create enmity against each other. But make no mistake, the people that are up top, they have a whole lot more data than you, and they have a whole lot more contingency plans. Okay, so never underestimate. This is a huge problem I have with this video. I'm going to still continue with the information, because I do like it, but I want to point out just how important that is. There's a certain pomp on this MacArthur Calvinism side, a certain leaven that is meant to make people very argumentative and very arrogant. Always bear that in mind. When you're watching these people and researching this stuff, you're going to get a lot of these people. Like, don't let them make you underestimate the powers that be. like the ones that are controlled, I think it's in Ephesians 6, like they are controlled by much older and much more well-read powers than you will ever be. And they're not good powers. And they will appear to be weak when they are strong. These people all read The Art of War. This is what it teaches.
Think about. I'll give you an example. I was listening to a bond trader talk about the Federal Reserve. And the case that he was making was that, you know, when you say that the Federal Reserve has all this power over bond rates and things like that and the economy, that you're assigning it almost a godlike power, and he doesn't think that they're that competent. And actually, I don't think they're that competent either. In fact, I don't even think that they're doing a good job. I think it's totally out of control, and the Federal Reserve is flailing here. They're trying anything. They're trying this. It's not working. They're trying that. It's not working. Like they're failures, right? And they're very sloppy. But the thing is, when things are going great and everything's fine, and you don't notice how sloppy they've been because things are going okay. Things are just kind of plugging along. There's no reason to look under the hood of anything. It's like, okay, great. I mean, things are going good. They were making these mistakes all along, but because things were good, you didn't notice them. You know, like I question a lot of what I hear from NASA. It's a lot of CGI, let's put it that way, with a lot of the stuff they give us, a lot of fake colors and stuff like that. I remember the video I did where I pointed to Pluto and I said, this is fake. And it's a picture of Pluto that's like red and blue and gray or whatever. And I said, that's fake. And of course it is fake. I mean, the colors really aren't red and blue, but they just added it to make it look cool. There's pictures of the Earth that aren't real either. They just adjust it to adjust to your expectations with CGI.
They were, I don't know, it seems like they do it a little bit less now. But like all those space and technology articles, like they would always have illustrated pictures. It's like, man, just show me the raw data. Like I realize that it's, you know, like the technology is not going to look as awesome. It's like, I just want to see that, you know, and maybe I'll look at your picture after. Why is your article containing only a drawing? That really annoys me about like the space technology thing. And maybe, you know, maybe it's meant to make you feel suspicious of things going on. I don't know. Could be anything, but I know what he's talking about. Like, I'm so sick of looking at science articles that just show illustrations of space rather than just show me what you got, man. You said you found something. I don't want to look at your friggin' drawing.
And people are like, well, so a lot of people will say, so AD, what are you saying? Like how are they able to pull the wool over your eyes? Well, I mean, if you're not really thinking about, are they faking the Pluto picture? Like, why would you even question it? It's just, you know, you're not looking under the hood. So the mistakes that they're made, like I can point out, hey, see that cloud formation? It's the same cloud formation 4 times in a row. It's obviously a fake picture. But if you're not even suspicious of it, you're not going to look for it. And so that's what I think happens a lot of the time. And with Docent, it's the same kind of thing. Like here's a quotation from Jared Wilson, who was a Docent author, writer, or whatever. He used to write stuff for Docent. And he actually makes an interesting admission here, because Docent claims that they don't do exegesis. In fact, one of their sales pitches is that you can focus on your exegesis. We'll give you all the sociological studies, the illustrations. We'll do that work. You do the hard work of exegesis, because after all, that's what a pastor's supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be interpreting the Word of God and presenting it to his flock. You know, the Bible says you preach the Word of God, you give the sense of it. That's the work of a preacher, right? So here is Doug Wilson making an interesting, or not Doug Wilson, Jared Wilson making an interesting admission. And again, this is sloppy, right? This is very sloppy, but there's no reason to catch this if you're not thinking about it. Here's what Jared said at one point. He said, one client I worked for only wanted sermon illustrations, pages and pages of them, no exegesis, no reference excerpts. Okay, so what's the big deal there, AD? Well, what it says is that he found this interesting because they didn't want exegesis. They didn't want references. All they wanted were illustrations. And he found that unusual, which means that Docent Research Group does do exegesis. It does interpret the Bible for you. You have people with great sociology degrees, very liberal, even women, interpreting the Bible for your pastor, who can then take their interpretations and pass them off as their own interpretations so that they look good. You see, this is sloppy. Jared admitted this, and he had no reason not to. But you know, from what I understand, you have to sign NDA, so I wonder if this was compliant with that. We'll see. But apparently they do exegesis. They do the work of a pastor. It's not just a little help here, a little help there. They also will interpret the Bible for you. So if your pastor's not interpreting the Bible for himself, what is he doing? That's the question. What is he doing? This is a fascinating article. And I have to say that my suspicions about the leftward drift of the church in the United States being an intentional thing, they're even more founded now that this company exists. obviously pushing progressive narratives. Obviously, this company should not exist, and I cannot wait to see who funds this company. There's just so many possibilities here, and I'm just looking forward to it. But to be honest, like, if I was in one of these sort of like Big Eva-ish type churches where they've got connections to like Acts 29, what's the other one? There's a few groups that like 9 Marks. If you go to a church with maybe a no-name pastor, but he's connected to some of these guys, Gospel Coalition, New England, whatever it is, I honestly would ask my pastor, do you use Docent Research Group or a company like it? Because if you go to a church where your pastor is not doing the work of a pastor, then you need to get out of there. That's a fake church. I mean, it's just that simple. You got to get out of there. But anyway, thanks to Protestia for doing this article. I really appreciate it. A lot of interesting stuff here. I hope you found this video helpful. God bless.
So, sorry. I'm just looking through this at the moment. Docent Research Group LinkedIn job profile. Peter Lang, International Academic Publishers. Another one from Southeastern Baptist. Redeemer Fellowship? Isn't that... Yeah, it's Tim Keller. Oh boy, what a web. What a web they weaved. Peter Lang, International Academic Publishers. International Academic Publishers. Am I getting disconnected again? Well, I'm waiting for this to load. I don't know what's going on here. Stanley Kubrick is on film saying he filmed the moon landing. I have not seen that. I've not seen that. Humanities and Social Studies. He's got an interesting logo there, doesn't he? Can I know more about him? About us? Switzerland. Huh. In Bern, so the capital, Peterlin. Funny how many of these kinds of NAR types and Neo-Calvinist types, they all come from out of Switzerland. Isn't that interesting? Distribution. Okay, so do we have... What do we got? Found in Frankfurt am Main. Swiss editor Peter Lang. Black Studies. Monographs in the Humanities and Social Sciences. 23 academic journals. Asiatic Studies, Cognitive Semiotics. Okay. Cultura. Philology. See, these are all, it's New Age stuff. Wonky New Age stuff at that. Fête de langue. I don't know how fête would be used there at the moment. Fête de langue. Maybe achievements of languages. I don't know. Tongue work. Something like that. Never heard of it before in French, and my French is pretty bad now. But, they got... This isn't, these guys are not Christian. At all. But, this is where they're getting their stuff. Adjunct professor of Greek. This is some crazy stuff, man. Let's move on. There's lots more coming out. These people are really pumping the stuff. Huh. That's interesting. There's some pretty weird, when you look up Docent Church, and you're not like looking up Scandal or something like that. Look, Docent Tour, Station of the Cross. I don't know if this is the same thing. What does that word even come from? Docent. Teaching. From Latin. Yeah, of course it's from Latin. I should have put in the in before. Not to brag. All glory goes to God. Present participle of docere, to show, teach, cause to know, make to appear right, be seemly, fitting. From Pi root, or Proto-Indo-European root, to take, accept. Ooh. As a noun, lecturer or teacher. I guess that would be the most relevant one. Usually a postgraduate student in a college, not on staff, but permitted to teach. Lovely. Lovely. Yeah, let's just give away our theology to people to do. Matt Chandler was smart enough to say that he still did his exegetical work, so like he still did his Bible study. But even still, having any of this kind of culture injected into you, there are some really bad ones too. Yeah, and oh boy, I know this is not necessarily relevant to what's going on, but see how much the Catholics love to use this word. And it's another thing too, St. Francis. The Franciscans are like the first captured Jesuit order. They love St. Francis of Assisi because there's a lot of mystic properties to his story of ascension and things like that. Myth, by the way. I'm saying that it's not in the Bible at all. But yeah, the Catholics, or the Jesuits, even though they came after St. Francis, they hold him on the same level often as Loyola, as like one of their historical roots. Yeah, so bear that in mind. Sorry, I had a truck rolling by. Isn't it interesting, though? We have a Jesuit priest St. Francis everywhere when you look up the word. Let's refine this, though, because I would rather talk about it. Research Group Church. This guy did pretty well. Let's do this.
Many channels have commented on the recent Docent Research Group scandal that seems to be going on within the church, and in particular Southern Baptist churches. I would like to take just a moment to briefly summarize what I believe seems to be going on with this Docent Research Group scandal. Docent Research Group scandal. Say that one 5 times fast. I bet you can't do it. It's hard to do, isn't it? So anyhow, other channels such as Conversations That Matter with John Harris and Protestia have made longer-winded videos being a little bit more thorough with this. There's also a much longer-winded article of which I've read. I will put the link to those videos and the article in the description of this video below, so check those out if you feel like diving deeper into this particular issue. Essentially, it all started with Ed Litton. Someone noticed that he plagiarized a sermon from J.D. Greear on Romans chapter 1, which is essentially theft and lying. It's stealing and lying, and it's practicing it, and it seems to be unrepentant. It seems to be a habitual practice and not repented of. And when asked for comment, J.D. Greear kind of shrugged it off, was a little dismissive of it, which kind of begs the question, why is he so dismissive of someone else stealing his sermon? So people have done research, and obviously Ed Litton is the newly elected president of the Southern Baptist Convention. So people have done a lot of research and digging into this issue. And it turns out it's like a snowball, right? You make a practice of this sin, or you make a practice of lying, and you have to make another lie to cover that lie, and another lie to cover that lie. And this ball every day just seems to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I believe that this is true of pretty much any and every sin, right? You make a practice of it and you actually get good at it, and then you commit it more and more and more. Basically, let me briefly summarize what I think is going on here. You have the Docent Research Group, and this is a group of unbelievers. Let me say that again. These are non-Christians. As a matter of fact, they have an agenda to push that is a far political leftist agenda. They are pushing that narrative, and these pastors, predominantly popular pastors, such as J.D. Greear, such as Matt Chandler, such as Tim Keller, they are associated and affiliated with the Docent Research Group. As a matter of fact, my understanding is that they have actually used the Docent Research Group. So basically, the Docent Research Group is a group of people, writers who are, again, not Christians. In fact, they have anti-Christian views, and they...
Word. And I remember covering like John Piper because Mario was... often like quoting from this wing of the church, if you could call it that, right? And like the Tim Kellers, Greers, and Chandler specifically, they're all part of this they called it Neo-Calvinist. And what Neo-Calvinist really means is just the invasion of this church by communists. People like actors, essentially. Many of them anyways, and I mean some of them will buy into it and see that because they have these research groups, I'm sure there's more than just Docent, they can find what churches or what parishioners want to get more people in, or not parishioners, but members in, and giving more money, you know what I mean? And like, they were even talking down to like what to wear and like things like that to be more appealing to people, like, and so yeah, they have this this extra knowledge, and this is what this Neo-Calvinist movement actually was. Like, it's now being revealed why there was such a breakaway from this, you know. And I'm not supporting Calvinism. I'm not saying like it's the one true church, man. And like, what I'm saying is that at least, you know, in many things I agree with Calvinists, and they at least point you towards the word. They try and change the glasses that you wear to read it, but at least they point you to the word. So if you're saved and you're well read, you know what I mean? At least you can get some good stuff out of it, you know? But I don't support it. But at the same time, what's going on here is an invasion of this Protestant, of all corners of Protestantism, because it's Jesuit, and that's what they were sworn to do from the start, to get rid of Protestantism in all its forms. They subvert it and they infiltrate, and this is like the last bastion of where, you know, that you have a large contingent of people that are Protestant, and they also are well read, and they can see through a lot of stuff that most other places like charismatics will not be able to see, because their head is not in the Bible. They're in what they think is the spirit, but is really just some experience-based nonsense. But the other side, the other wing, is infiltrated, and this is what we're looking at right now, the proof of that happening.
Are the ones who are writing these sermons for these popular megachurch style pastors to preach and teach to their congregation. So basically you have these non-Christians writing these messages for these supposed pastors to preach and teach to their congregants.
This would be an extremely bad thing if these supposed pastors, which really we all know they're not really pastors, they are actors reading lines written for them. They are pretending, essentially. But this would be a really bad thing if they were getting their messages from Bible-believing, God-fearing, Jesus-loving, and following Christians who wanted to preach and teach and promote Bible. But it makes it all the worse because they're not. They're getting these messages from woke, leftist, far-left activists who are trying to espouse their propaganda.
People on the far political left are evil and sinful, but you have to give them some credit. They're very intelligent. They're very smart in their evil, right? Because they realize, they know that if they can take control over language, if they can take control over speech, and especially if they can do that while infiltrating the church, then they can gain a whole ton of power for themselves. They know that if they can get that power, they can deconstruct and reframe and reshape religion and society and political power for themselves as to their own liking. They could basically remake everything in their own image and essentially make themselves their own God. Basically, I think their end game is to change the political, social, moral, societal landscape so as to be the arbiters of what is true and to be the arbiters of what is and is not moral or immoral, so as to live life according to however they decide to live life.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, this guy nails it. I think I prefer this video out of all the ones that I've seen because he breaks down the mentality behind it. It's not just like, oh man, these guys, it's like a bunch of homosexuals writing for us, man. You know, he's breaking down exactly what's happening. I just want to replay it real quick.
Own God. Basically, I think their end game is to change the political, social, moral, societal landscape so as to be the arbiters of what is true and to be the arbiters of what is and is not moral or immoral.
Yeah, this is the problem that you're seeing a lot of these lefties come in. They usurp they usurp the semantics of the Holy Spirit. Okay? I'm not saying they overcome the Holy Spirit. I'm not saying they beat the Holy Spirit. Like, what I'm saying is that they try and make it look like they are the authorities of determining the Holy Spirit. So like when you see these experience-based people, they are usually guided by a pastor, right? And eventually that pastor is seen as like the most spirit-filled one, right? Because she's the one saying things or he's the one saying things. It's often a woman, but it can be a man as well. And eventually, because they don't know the Bible and they don't understand the truth, so their lies will screw themselves up, like he's saying right now. Like he said that earlier, right? And eventually you have to come to a point where you either admit your faults, that you are a false teacher, false preacher, right? Or you have to lie more to cover it up. And this is what you start seeing, the way that they're able to justify it. The way that they justify it is that they take over what it means to be the authority, the spirit-filled one. They are the highest spirit-filled. It's very guru-ish, and they start locking down the control of asking questions that expose the hypocrisy because they still have to keep their job. That's the main thing. It becomes not talking about the truth, even if they thought it was the truth before, and they just fall, and they lie and they hurt people to cover it up. And this is what's going on, right? This is very, very concerning. The Southern Baptist Convention is the largest church outside of Catholicism in America. And apparently, it's been infiltrated by straight-up Jesuits and communists.
So as to live life according to however they decide to live life. And whatever they say is good, and whatever they say is bad, which, by the way, true, real Christianity is bad in their minds. In short...
Yeah, it is. John 1... No, it's not. I forget which one it is, but it's let God be true and every man a liar.
The bottom line is the Docent Research Group is a group of far leftist political activists masquerading as writers preparing quote unquote sermons for these supposed pastors to preach and teach to their congregants. It is absolutely no wonder then when you listen to a sermon, I hesitate to say sermon, that's why I sound like a snake, sermon, a message, a far leftist trope. When you preach memes, right? I hesitate to say sermon, but it is no wonder why you listen to a quote unquote sermon, such as Ed Litton's and J.D. Greear's on Romans chapter 1, where they say the Bible whispers about practicing the sin of homosexuality. It obviously does not. But it's no wonder why you listen to these sermons and you can come away with a soft peddling of sin and far leftist activist propaganda. And quite frankly, to me, it now makes much more sense why, when you listen to these supposed sermons, it sounds much more like far political leftist talking points than it does somebody exegeting the Bible. As a matter of fact, I actually made an entire video where I said Ed Litton's sermon on Romans 1 has all these far leftist talking points. And I went over point by point which points I think Ed Litton was saying that did not sound like somebody exegeting the Bible, but rather a far leftist espousing their leftist talking points. I'll put the link to that video in the description of this video below.
Here is none other than Tim Keller himself giving a hearty endorsement of the Docent Research Group.
And now knowing what we know about how little research he actually did for his things. Now look, just look at, they love to put their bookshelves, and I mean, I understand that, like, maybe he's in his computer room and it makes a lot of sense to have your computer room double up as a study room. I understand that. But they make sure to get that wall of books. There's usually some weird symbolism going on, right? See, look, right? Got your rainbow flag, right? Or at almost half of one anyways. Or over half of one, sorry. You know? It's always, actually, it is always interesting to start looking at these books and see what they show. Don't let it bring you to any conclusions. But look, cultural intelligence. What's this about? What's cultural intelligence? Cultural intelligence book. Let's just do a little quick dive. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. 21st. Yeah, see, here we go. Society is diverse. And Christians must be able to understand other cultures and communicate effectively between and among them. Why? Why? Why is that true? No. That's not what the Bible teaches. It like is being mentioned here because it is very important to the theme, is that it divides people. It does divide. Like, if you have to choose between God and your family, it is God. Without question. It's obvious. If you've ever read the Bible, especially like if you go through the Old Testament, all of it really. But the Old Testament, again, is just like it's all constantly about making the judgment of going your own way, going your own family way, or going with God, right? And this is what they're doing. They're not even choosing family thing. This is just such worldly. There's no discord with darkness. And if you do not believe in Jesus, you don't have the light. Sorry, not discord. Discourse. Yeah, cultural intelligence. Let's see. Who wrote this? David A. Livermore. Let's see this guy. 2009. So remember, like this, they're saying that a lot of this stuff started popping up in 2010. So this is laying down the ideology behind it, right? CQ. They're trying to like IQ and EQ. CQ, cultural intelligence. Let's see this guy. Where's he from? What did he come out of? David A. Livermore. One of the foremost experts on cultural intelligence. Frequent advisor and speaker to government agencies, Fortune 500s, and charitable organizations around the world. Oh boy. Oh boy. My parents were Canadian. Where did you go? Bio. And is there something more impartial bio somewhere? This guy reeks of one of those inject ideologists that just dip in and dip out. Yeah, it's exactly what he did too. I look up his name and I'm getting videos from this. I don't know if this is actually his website. L-shaped. Livermore. No, it's just because David Neuhauser of Livermore Partners, so that's not him at all. Let's just look at the bio here. PhD is a social scientist devoted to topics of cultural intelligence, global leadership, and the author of 10 award-winning books. There's a reason why it's on his shelf, right? And there's 2 of them. You can see it there. Christ culture, I think it says there. High impact is a big term in NAR. It's to reach as many members as possible and get them into the church. High impact is a big buzzword in their groups. I don't know how it extends into Neo-Calvinism. I'm not sure. Very interesting books there, but they love putting these up. Sometimes it's just a boast. Sometimes it's you're showing things. What are these library tags? You're getting all your books from a library, right?
This is Tim Keller talking to you from New York City. When I started in ministry 45 years ago, the world was a lot simpler. The culture was considerably simpler. Today, that's not the case anymore.
The culture and the world is not quite as simple as it was back in the day for people like Tim Keller. You know, like back in the day, like when Cain killed Abel, you know, back in the day where God, you know, he sort of had to flood the entire planet because of the sin and evil sin of the world. You know, back in the day where, you know, Noah's sons went on to expose his nakedness and, you know, people were raped, pillaged, and plundered. And, you know, back in the day where they had the Tower of Babel, you know, way back in the day, it was a simpler time back then. It was just so simple to be a pastor and preacher back then. No, you know, not like today. In modern day, you know, there's a lot of sin rampant in the world. And so what people need, what pastors and preachers need, is not to be students of the word. They need the Docent Research Group to write messages for them because they're not smart enough to understand the times and the age and the culture and society in the world today because it's just so much crazier, right? It's not as simple as it was back in the day.
So people in ministry, preachers, ministry leaders, they need to understand their local culture. They need to understand the various cultural groups inside their church, their worldviews, their...
Quick stop, quick point here. Ministers and preachers and pastors need to understand the people inside their church, their worldviews. The ministers need to understand the worldview of the people inside their church, of their church members. But shouldn't they share the same exact worldview if they're Bible-believing, God-fearing followers of the Lord Jesus Christ?
Yeah, like he kind of words that a little bit weird, because many people that are true believers, we have disputes on different small doctrines, but at the end of the day, we have the same tenets in mind, right? This guy, hold on.
Worldviews? The ministers need to understand the worldview.
Yeah, see, this is the biggest problem with it, is that maybe they should have a certain intelligence on the world to be able to understand, like to be able to relate it biblically to those that are falling to the worldly sins. Okay? What they're doing is trying to learn about not keeping people away from transgressions, but learning about what worldly things tickle their ears and then using that to get more members rather than teaching sound doctrine. This is what he's using it for, right? Man, I'm sorry to cut that off again. I'm going to go into the chat as well, but this guy, this is like one of his dudes. That was the book that was in the shelves. This picture. He's so sketchy. He's so sketchy. Expand your borders. Look at this. He's a globalist. Look at this guy. Oh my goodness. Global thinker and author. You know this guy wrote his own bio. Global thinker. What? Let's just read this out. So we got Grand Rapids, Michigan. Remember, Grand Rapids is on the other part of Michigan, I'm pretty sure. Detroit is, but it's still I'm pretty sure it's a city on a lake, on one of the lakes. So Jesuit territory through and through. Born in Rochester, goes to Michigan State. Rochester is like more upstate New York, right? Is it Western New York or upstate New York? I think it's upstate New York. President of the Cultural Intelligence Center. This sounds like such pseudo-scientific nonsense. 100 countries. Personal adjustment and adaptability, judgment and decision making, negotiation, effectiveness, trust, idea sharing, and innovation. Listen, that's called shilling. That's what the corporate boys called shilling. Trust building, idea sharing. So you send people in, astroturf where you go, in order to build trust, and then you start sharing your garbage. Leadership effectiveness, profitability and cost savings. I mean, it spells out what this thing is talking about, the same thing that Docent does. Oh yeah, we got ourselves a real sketchy network, because this goes right in line with the Docent stuff. Oh boy. Dave spent 20 years in leadership positions with a variety of nonprofit organizations around the world and taught in universities. He's a frequent speaker and advisors to leaders. We already read that part. Fortune 500s, nonprofits, and governments, and worked in more than 100 countries across the Americas, Africa, Asia, Australia, and Europe. So he's been all around teaching this global garbage coming out of Jesuit places. Oh my goodness. All right, let's check out the chat. What's up? Yeah, it's JD. Yeah, it's Greear in the thumbnail. Yeah. He's the one that really got these people to start looking in, and they found Docent. But it's almost like they're treating Docent as the final boss when it's the tip of the iceberg, because see, now this guy's not Docent. And he's got a company of the exact same thing. Well, at least a lot like the same thing. It's all based towards changing, like, the culture, like knowing the culture and using that and applying it to manipulate the culture to get what you want. This is gross, man. USC, Cal State. I don't want to get into their family too much. None of my business there. I don't know anything about them. Traveling, fortunately, hiking and discovering new foods together. Yeah. Thai, Indian ice cream, dark chocolate, and coffee. Okay. So yeah, these are the types of people that create these guys who pretend to be really smart, right? And they got all these books, it's got like crosses on them, right? So I'm Christian, right, guys? I'm Christian, right, guys? And then you got Christian culture, whatever it says here, and cultural intelligence. If you go through these books, man, like, just imagine what you'll find.
The people inside their church, of their church members, but shouldn't they share the same exact worldview if they're Bible-believing, God-fearing followers of the Lord Jesus Christ, saved followers of Jesus, Christians? Shouldn't they have the exact same worldview? Isn't that kind of the point? I mean, we're not talking about sharing the gospel with the lost. At this point, he's talking about people inside the church. Go on, Tim Keller. Tell us why we need Docent Research Group.
Concerns, their aspirations. We need to, in ministry, we need to understand the trends in the culture across the country. And therefore, we actually need more savviness when it comes to culture and sociological topics.
Okay. So if you are a Bible-believing, God-fearing, Jesus-following pastor, if you are a Christian minister preaching the word, you're not savvy enough. This is a man-centered gospel, which is a false gospel. This is relying on man and man's savviness. So he's going to tell us that you don't need the Bible. You don't need to just preach the word. What you need, no. What you need is a sociologist. You need some sociology person, professor. You need a PhD in sociology to tell you what to tell your people. Forget about the Bible, forget about theology, just sociology, a savvy, witty person who's going to write your sermons for you so that you can be savvy.
Brad Vermerlin of the Docent Research Group can give you that. He can write reports to you. He can do research for you.
He even did like I don't know. It was probably just
for you, so that
just watch him wink as he says docent.
Brad Vermerlin of the Docent Research Group can give you that. He can write reports to you.
He winked.
He can do research for you. He can come and teach you and your leaders about culture and sociological topics. He's done it here. He's great, and I'd like to recommend him and the work of the Docent Research Group to you.
Family in Christ, brothers and sisters, you cannot make this stuff up. It's almost beyond parody. I mean, the Babylon Bee is probably spinning their heads right now. Like, how in the world do you make parody out of this stuff? So this is What Do Pastors Say About Docent? I believe this is actually from Mark Driscoll has a quote, singing the praises of Docent. Let's go to the, and I believe this is from their page. I think it might have been scrapped, but let's see. Let's scroll down to J.D. Greear. Let's see what J.D. Greear has to say about Docent. He says, Docent has been a humongous help to me, saving me literally hours each week and improving the quality of my preaching dramatically. Improving the quality of my preaching? All right, these guys are the real deal. I give them assignments and questions on everything from interpretation to cultural analysis to illustration, even to illustration. And they get me thorough answers. They get me thorough answers, always on time. Well, that's good. They're always on time. And we know that being on time is a whiteness ideal, right? Anyhow, different video. They are outstanding scholars and really get my job as a communicator. Your job as a communicator. I often have people remark to me, how many hours did you spend on that sermon? Where do you get the time to do all that research? Ha! Thanks, guys, for making me look so good. J.D. Greear, lead pastor, Summit Church, Raleigh, North Carolina.
All right. Unbelievable. Like, this guy's huge, you know? Okay, let me get the chat. Sorry, I missed it earlier. What is the Seven Mountains Mandate? It is it's a New Apostolic Reformation theology. You may know it as Kingdom Now or Democracy, Dominionism. Democracy Now is what I had in my head there. So Dominionism, it means that there's 7 areas of influence in the world. Like, I'm not going to be able to get them all, okay, but I'll list a couple. Economy, governments, media, arts and culture. There's like education, a whole bunch of things like that, right? So this ideology, the plan is, what they truly believe in this 7 mountains mandate, their mandate is to take all of these 7 mountains of influence in the world, and only until then can Jesus return. Only at that point will Jesus be able to return. They believe that they have the knowledge and the mandate to bring Jesus back to earth. And this came out of, there was 2 people that made this up. It was, one of them was Lauren Cunningham. 7 Mountains Mandate. Lauren Cunningham. And he was also out of Switzerland. We've been talking about that in chat. It's interesting how that works, right? So yeah, you can look that up and you see it. Kairos, I don't think I recommend that one, but trying to figure out who else. Bill Bright is the other guy. So the 2 of them said that they sat down and they had written down on a piece of paper the exact same thing, the 7 Mountains Mandate, when they went to meet each other. So therefore, this is confirmation from God that this is a true thing. I'm not making this up. This is the story. This is the story to say that this was revelation from God. You might as well be going into a cave or out in the woods like Joseph Smith, right? Funny thing is, though, if you look up 8 areas of influence, I think, by Louis Althusser. He believed, if you look, I don't know if it'll show up right away, and I don't want to take, I know there's a few other things in chat, so I want to get back to that, but if you look up that, his 8 areas of influence are the same thing as the 7 Mountains Mandate. The only difference is one of the 7 mountains is called arts and culture, or arts and entertainment, one of those things. I think it's arts and culture. Whereas the 8 mountains had that as 2 separate things, or the 8 areas of influence from this Marxist guy named Althusser. They're just used as 2 different bullets. It's the only difference. And trade unions in place of economy, which is basically means of production. It's the same thing. It's just looked at from a different lens. He wrote that, I think it was 5 years before 7 Mountains Mandate. And if I'm not mistaken, he was hanging out around France as well. Yeah. He's not from France, I don't think. Yeah, he's Algerian. École normale supérieure. That's so uppity. It sounds like a fake uppity thing. I can't say it very well right now. My French is so bad. But it looks hilarious. École normale supérieure. Oh, these look structural Marxist. So yeah, that is the 7 Mountains Mandate, and it's heavily in the charismatic churches, but the Neo-Calvinists, the people that have just been exposed for being Marxists, they were dipping into that kind of stuff too. Mario Brisson and Brian Denlinger both do this too. I feel it is to make them appear as educated scholars. I doubt they have never read all those books. Yeah, definitely in Mario's case. Brian Denlinger, yeah. I mean, I didn't really follow him too much, so I'm not going to take too many shots, but there's always something about the full of books behind that it just, it's so cringe to me. It screams of pomp. It really does. You know, maybe like I understand you might have a small study room. Likely, that's actually a good place to put a computer if you have enough room, right? So I can see that maybe if you had a library in that study, that would happen. But it's always, there's always such quirky things too, and it looks like, I mean, like all the sets are the same thing. Like it's all the same. You know, there's like a bookshelf and then things added in. You can't tell me it all ends up that way for no reason. You know, it's because it's the best way to spread a focal point on your video. It keeps you drawn and looking and stuff like that. They do it for a reason. But when it's books, like you can really see the pomp. I know, it's bad. Yeah, I remember him standing in front of books. He's always standing in front of books, yeah, when he's not outside. When I saw that. Good to see you join the dots. Was that JD? Yeah, JD Greear was in the thumbnail. What's their purpose? If you're talking about Neo-Cal, it's to subvert like Reformed or Protestant theology. It's because it's Jesuits behind it. And it's the thing is, Protestants read their Bibles, right? I grew up Catholic. I never brought my Bible to church. When I was born again, I would go to the Catholic Church at first. And obviously, it will offend your spirit at some point or another. I promise. It will offend the Holy Spirit, and you will have to leave, and that's exactly what I did. I left mid-service one time. But when I was born again, and I was going through there, I would always bring my Bible. I'd be the only one there. And there's a reason for that. They want you out of the Bible because the Bible exposes the Catholic Church. And it's the same thing with the other guys too. Brian's wife does a lot of research also. Yeah, I mean, you got a family going there, right? At least one thing I'll say is that at least it's family. Like these people, like he's getting his wife to do research. That's one thing. Like this guy, or the guy we were just looking at, he was using this global thinker and author. Still is. It's so sketchy. Yeah, and oh, it's okay. Don't worry about the doubles. Yeah, everything's messed up on comments. I don't know what's going on. I'm pretty sure they just got like a big slam on my channel that nobody can find it. And like all comments that come in on my videos now, like when you post in the thing, like 90% of them are gone before I can see them. I'm just curious, what churches did you go to before becoming a born again? Many. So I started with, I mean, I was born and raised Catholic, but I was agnostic by teenage years, you know. And I'm a recovering alcoholic. And I got to a point where, I wanted to stop. So I was looking for, I got, just by chance on the internet, I found like you click on like a Bible banner, and it was the Mormons. So I was like, you know what? I'm pretty lost, and I would like to know a Bible. So I called them, or at least submitted a request for a Bible. And I don't think I ever ended up believing Mormonism. It more or less woke me up that there's some spiritual craziness going on in the world. And I couldn't quite figure out, even when I left Mormonism, I stayed basically agnostic, and I stayed an alcoholic, and like not in recovery. I'm always an alcoholic, you know what I mean? But like I was not in recovery, and it just, things get worse, and I started realizing that I'm pretty, like there's nothing I could do to save myself. I was headed for complete death. Like either in maybe jail, most likely dead though, because I was just like drinking so much and just being who I was when I was drinking. It was hurting people. So I remember when I was in the Mormon church, there was a born again Christian that would come and witness, and she was a little bit batty, to be honest. I remember, I'm not judging her now, but I'm talking about how I viewed her at that point, right? Because she wasn't one of us, but coming in and trying to convert us. How dare you as a Mormon or as a non-Mormon try to convert Mormons, even though they do it all the time to us. And I just remembered her, and I ended up like having her on Facebook or something like that, and we caught in debate when I was in my like atheist lefty kind of last year or two of it. And I remember debating her, and I'm a very arrogant person as well. Like I do think, I'm smarter than what I am. Like I'm in trouble of doing that if I don't put my arrogance before God. So it's one of my biggest things, and it's the root of the alcoholism and all that stuff. It's my pride, right? And this is how it would come out through intellectual debate. And I thought that I could beat anybody. You know how young 20-year-olds go, right? And I remember she was very passive, not passive, but like, calm, but she wrecked me in debate on Bible. Like I was able to destroy any Mormon or JW or whatever that came in my path, Scientology, those three I was really big into studying at that time. But when it came to the Bible, I was like, man, she's rocked me. And like her words were chosen strong and logical, and I could look at it, you know what I mean? I saw a strength to it, and it took me like a year or so, but I always remembered it was a strength that I had not seen before. I guess that I had, in all my pomp, I was humbled quick, very, very humbled. Like I left that debate with my tail in my legs, in between my legs. It was crazy. And as just things got worse in my own pomp, I started to realize that there was nothing I could do. I'm still hurting people. And I mean, we always, it's always going to happen with us, but my drinking was just terrible. And it just got to a point where I was like, man, this is a certain, I guess, understanding of things, of control of emotion. And I guess it just eventually, when I had that debate with her, it planted the seed. And I started realizing that there's no church I can go to, right? And because I went to the Mormon church thinking that the law of not drinking would stop me from drinking. And all I did was hide it, right? I came to a realization there was nothing I could do to myself. There's no church I could go. There was nothing I could do to stop me from this. And it was Jesus Christ. That was the only one that could. And I didn't know it at first, but I was finally broken. And I asked her, and she taught me the gospel of how we were separated. The fall of man was a death. The sin, it was death that separated our relationship. And we had to act through priests, or high priests, Levitical priests, in order to sacrifice our sin, or sacrifice for our sin in the temple. And that Jesus was the plan. By fulfilling the law, something that we could never do on our own because we were wretched people, by fulfilling that law, by living a blameless death, or living a blameless life, like the perfect life, he fulfilled the prophecies, and he had a blameless death. And as that blood was shed, that was the sacrifice that saved all of us, not just the people that the priest was doing in the temple 2,000 years ago. It was then, now, and forever. That's what that sacrifice was, because he, unlike the priest, lived a perfect life. No one could do it but him. And when you have that belief, that if you believe on that sacrifice, that you are saved, that's what the gospel is. If I missed anything, please. I don't want to be a heretic to anybody. But that's the gospel. And that's how I came to know the Lord. It's a breaking of your pomp, realizing that there are two options, and God gives you that option to choose. You can go your own way, or you can go God's way. But you can't ever forget the sacrifice. That's what all like the cults try and do. They try and get you off of the cross and what his finished work was. This is the big thing. And it's another thing like that with Calvinists and stuff like that. Like they don't focus enough on it, even. Not even Calvin. So I hope that helps. Let's see. Fraud alert, more like red alert. This is huge. This docent thing is huge. This is no joke. We're talking about the largest non-Catholic church in America being subverted. This is crazy stuff. By like that same culture eats strategy for breakfast mentality. That all these profit groups, non-profit groups that they have, it's all about social influencing, getting people adjusted to your message, but still placating them and tickling their ears. It's all the same thing. It's like get you hyped for the product, get you hyped for the next product, and repeat. You know, give a watered down product so that they're not satisfied and they need more. Keep giving that experience. Yeah. I've been down many avenues. Oh yeah, and there's been many churches that I would go in just to learn the theologies and things like that too. Like I checked out not to see if it was true or anything like that. The Jehovah's Witnesses. I wanted to know what made it function. Once I got out of the Mormon church, it was 2008. I think this is what if people say like your first red pill, this is probably my first red pill. I started studying in around 2008 on my own, that there is a mind control problem, and it's not just like, you know how like it really angered me and it still kind of does in a way when people are like, all cults are the same, man, all religions are the same, man. It's like no, if you think that, you're going to be fooled by one, because it's not just religion. It's just something that piques interest, something that makes you want to belong to something. If they can latch onto this, then they can corrupt anything. And they do it with like gaming. You know how like notice how like if you play video games, it's like everybody's talking about the community, man, or you like all these streamers label their community. It's like this is the plan. This is the same thing, except now we're seeing it in the largest Protestant church in America. And it is legitimately like they're getting their sourcing from leftists and Jesuits. Like confirm like liberation theology Catholics. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have an SJ after his name. He's a Jesuit. Like, even if he hasn't heard of the Jesuits, he's doing the Jesuit work. Didn't the Catholic compile a Bible? This argument's really getting pushed all the time on 4chan. It's so see-through. I know how the church loves to claim that every act of the early church is really Catholicism. Like it's the same thing as like these people taking the Spirit for themselves. Like I go on poll a lot for the news, and I look for heresies because it's being thrown in all the time now. And this is what we see all the time. The Catholics compile the Bible, And on the same tongue, you're going to be like the Council of Nicaea. And it's like, no, the Council of Nicaea, when they compiled the Bible, by the way, the Catholics did a bad job at that. The 73 books, what makes them wrong, the Maccabees and stuff like that, it just does not fit in. It just does not fit into the other messages. It's very, like, there's a Gnostic background to it. And it's the same thing. The Nicene Council came because there were heresies in the church among saying that God is not divine, or sorry, that Jesus is not divine. The Council of Nicaea was a bunch of church. It wasn't just Rome. It was not the Catholic Church. Before the Catholic Church, there was like 7 major churches in the Turkey area. Okay? That's what the whole Byzantium thing was. Okay? There's one book, one epistle to the Romans. One epistle. Okay, maybe there's a couple more actually. Like Mark was written for the Romans, so that part's debatable. But the Corinthians, the Ephesians, the Thessalonians, these are all places in Greece. These are all the other churches, and this is why the Orthodox broke up with the Catholic Church. I don't support the Orthodox either. I think that they're all trying to replace the Holy Spirit and God with themselves, but at least they had the guts to say, no, Rome, you were not you were not the only ones here that are pulling the scam. All right, so the church came well before the Catholic Church. I don't care how old the Catholic Church is. I know it's over a millennia worth of scam. I know. How old is the purgatory? You can't ever find it in the Bible. It doesn't matter about any traditions. This is exactly what the Pharisees, what they called out about the Pharisees. All right. Jesus also pulled me out of a dark place of addiction and mental illness. Amen. Praise God. Praise God. Oh, beautiful testimony. All glory goes to God. And you're welcome. Mormons do not even allow crosses in their church. Yeah, I can talk a little bit more about that, actually. Let's see. So Mormons do not even allow crosses in their church or allow their members to have a cross in their home. Their symbol is the angel Moroni, because they want more focus on Joseph Smith's teachings. So just a quick rundown on that. Their official, I guess the official church statement, at least whatever it was a couple of years ago, they always change stuff, so maybe it's changed since then, is that they don't want to glorify what was used to kill Christ. Right? And I guess like if you don't know what Christ did for you, right, and the importance of the cross and how it had to be this way, and if you don't know that, then yeah, that would sound like a pretty decent answer. It's a universalist answer, but it's not a biblical one. And the reason why they say it is that they do not believe that the sacrifice occurred on the cross. They believe that it occurred in the Garden of Gethsemane. When he broke down, he was crying, and I think he was bleeding through his pores, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they talk about, that could be Mormon doctrine I've just mixed up. Because listen, for us, Gethsemane, that's their cross, and they study it way more, and they're way more focused on it. For us, it's an important message, of course, but it's not like it's the cross. So I should really brush off on that part. I don't want to mix that up on you, but the main take from this is that they believe that the cross was actually, like, what happened on the cross for sacrifice was Gethsemane. He sacrificed all the sins of the world there because he's addressing all of everybody's the sins of the world. He takes in all the sins of the world at that point. That's what they're talking about there. It's, of course, heresy. Of course, blatant blasphemy. But that's what they believe. So just a little background on that. Let's see. Yeah. Just 1 second. Jehovah's Witnesses say the cross is a pagan symbol and say Jesus was crucified on an upright stake. Yeah. See, they all, it's all to get you off the work on the cross. Because listen, it's game over if you believe. It's game over for them if you believe. Maybe they can manipulate you into doing things that they want you to do and stuff like that. But as for your soul, if you believe that, if you believe the importance of the cross, the blood of Jesus, if you understand why they can't get to you, like it's the truth. Like all of the BS in the world, like it fades away because you understand what God did for you and why he wrote everything before it, leading up to it. And when you learn that stuff, you then also learn about how people mind control you. This was another thing that confirmed for me too, because I was studying for at least 3 years at this point how mind control works. And when I'm going through the Gospels, he's blowing mind control away. Like, it's this. My favorite part of the Bible is when Jesus is like, I want to be reverent when I say this, but he just, all of the people that are trying to trick him up in his words, he wrecks them. Like, he's the ultimate debater. So me being the pompous debater, that I am, and I need to fight against every day, I wrestle with that every day, that pompous, arrogant nature of mine. I just realized I got nothing on Jesus. Like the answers to the scribes and things like that. I'm guessing Matthew 16:18. I don't have the scripture memorized. Charlie Adams, is that Peter, upon you I will build my church? I don't see any proof that Peter died in Rome. I see Rome making up a whole bunch of stuff and claims and stuff like that, but I see absolutely no. There's no account of him there being left to be the Pope. There's no account of it. I mean, like, maybe if you listen to the Vatican, if I ask you to source that, I'm inevitably going to get some Vatican text. That's what I believe on that. Let me just double check on the 1618. Maybe I'm wrong on what you're bringing up. I don't want to leave you hanging. Yeah. I didn't even know that 1618. I'm not sure which version this is. I'll just quickly go into it. I didn't even know for sure, because they have it memorized. The Catholics who are trying to use that as the claim to their authority of everyone in the church, right? There's no proof Peter was there and that he died and he's buried underneath St. Peter's. This is all, every single time you'll only get Vatican proof saying it to you. So, okay, yeah. This proves that our church is the real church. Well, how do you know that? Well, we told it to you. Well, how do you know that's true? Because we're the true church. See the circular reasoning? We just do these circles all day, and that's why I'm probably not going to continue in discussion with you, Charlie. But if you do have some good stuff, I will certainly. But I recognize these arguments for what they are. I see them all day on the shills, the Jesuit shills on 4chan. Let's just put it that way. The CIA Jesuit shills. Let's just say it. Since you're here and I realize what you're doing here, let's drop some truth bombs. Let's do this. Okay, Loyola? Athanasius Kircher? Let's try that. Let's go through this boy. You want to talk about Gnosticism? You want to talk about how non-Catholic churches are not Christian? Let's go. No, it's just going to take me a couple of years to load here. I don't know why. I must have some sort of outage here today or something. Yeah, see, it's this is another thing too. Like, upon this rock, and the word Peter, it's Petros in Greek, which is the word for rock, right? So they're taking that and saying this is the symbol that Peter. This means that the Roman Church is the true church, right? And they say, oh, and he also died under there, but there's no proof of anything like that. In fact, there's no real mention that he was there. Like, that he died there, I mean. Why is this taking so long? What's going on with my internet here? Can you guys hear me? Seems to be, what's going on? Every time I'm on the, talking about Jesuits, I get my internet cut. And 5. Well, that's Lutheran. I like sola scriptura. You can hear me? Why is it not loading then? Very weird, isn't it? Maybe it's just memory, something hardware on my end. I'm maybe on my last legs. Oh yeah, here we go. It's definitely my hardware, maybe memory or hard drive. Yeah, I mean, Jesuits can be Protestants too, right? We all know about the Jesuits, the Jesuit oath. So, yeah, I'm actually Protestant, but, yeah, the Catholic Church totally is the real church. I'm actually Protestant, but the Catholic Church is Matthew 16:18, which is only used by the Catholics. I'm sorry, if you're just relaying the arguments, I'm sorry if I have misread you. I apologize. However, I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm wrong on that, Charlie. Yeah, I could have been completely wrong. Maybe I've totally misread your comment. I'm so sorry about that, man. See, this is the arrogant nature I have. It makes me like miss these things. Please forgive me if you are just relaying what Catholic heresy is and you'd like me to address it, and I took it as Loyola in the chat. I've been talking about the Jesuits. Every time you talk about the Jesuits on the internet, there's always like someone that eventually comes in and just starts talking about distracting things. Charlie, I'm so sorry. I was like, where are these guys? It's like every time I mention these sorts of fellows, there's always like something crazy that comes in and totally random. Charlie, I'm so sorry, man. Yeah, bear in mind, man. Listen, this is the point of this video too, is that these guys come in and subvert, and they're trying to, yeah, this is what someone had originally asked, what was the point of them doing these kind of things? They're trying to take you off of the Bible, and they love to use Bible in their benefit, like Matthew 16:18, right? And it's a complete misinterpretation of what it means, and they don't even have the info to back up. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, does it sufficiently answer your question? Yeah, go ahead. Please go ahead. Because, yeah, I know where he's coming from. If he knows these ones that get shot at him all the time, he was likely a target of, like, some Jesuit Zersetzung online. Maybe, like, in forums and stuff, because they're always around. Anytime you talk about Christianity, you get all of these people flooding channels and flooding threads and just putting in every heresy, but it all comes back to the Catholic Church because of Peter is my rock. And you're just like, bro. Oh, right. Because the books aren't, they try and claim the writing of the Bible with compiling it. During the Council of Nicaea, one sec, I gotta let my cat out. Sorry. Okay. Let's just take a look. Nicaea. Where's Nicaea? Okay, if I can even search it, actually, at this point. I don't know what's going on there. Let me see if I can just maybe close a few of these and maybe this one here. I don't think it'll end the stream. So the Council, like Nicaea, is over in Greece, right? I'm pretty sure. Someone prove me wrong. For some reason now I can't use the internet. So weird what's going on today. Yeah, this is where like the Christian faith really put down like a solid formation of Christology and what was what should be in the Bible and what should be in the Bible, and things were revised over time, Maccabees and things like that. I don't go into it too much. I don't witness too much to Catholics. Maybe I should do it more. I focus more on Jesuits. But the thing with... Hold on. Sorry, my cat's being a little pain in the butt. He's distracting me. I apologize. Nicaea was a whole bunch of different churches that came together and made a universal statement. Okay? That universal statement, the word Catholic means universal. They then took that word, made it their own, and started pretending that they were the writers of the Bible. Okay? Council of Nicaea, I can't look it up, but I'm pretty sure it was somewhere in late 200s to early 300s BC. I'm pretty sure. I believe it was before Augustine of Hippo, before he started putting in his Gnostic garbage, right? He was a Manichaean. And on top of that, we have so much scriptures now from the Dead Sea Scrolls that confirm the writing of God was what it was well before the Council of Nicaea. Like, extremely accurate. I think it was like 99.7% of it or something. Right? Modern day Turkey, yeah, sorry. I think of, in that time, you have the Byzantine Empire, and I think of that as like Greece, kind of, because it owned a lot of the Greek part. So, don't mind me. My histories are conflating with each other, but it's in the Balkans area, Black Sea area. Yeah, sorry if I confused you with that. Where am I, though? Just a sec. Peter's death. Yeah, and that's the thing. The Peter's death is not talked about because it doesn't matter. Yeah, and that's the exact thing with this. They try and pick parts that don't matter and make mountains out of it, so it distracts you from what the gospel is. Okay, and it's the same thing with, like, they literally make a mountain out of a molehill because it was like a little hill or valley or something, wasn't it, that he was in? You know, they like this Gethsemane with the Mormons. It's the same thing. They take something that doesn't matter and they hyper focus on it, so it takes it away from what you're supposed to be looking at, the cross, the finalized work of Jesus. I don't have any... If finalized work is used by cults, it wasn't me. That sounded a little culty when I say that, but the finished work of Jesus. Yeah. So that's I guess how I would go about it with a Catholic. Listen, when you're going toe to toe with Catholics, you're going to see an extreme arrogance as well, because they believe what they believe. They eventually will just say what their superior says, and that superior says only what their superior says, or else they get defrocked. That's usually how this works, right? Now, they might have a little bit of difference in theology, a little bit from order to order. Some are more conservative minded, some of them are more liberal minded, but in general, they all report to their man upstairs, which is a man and not God, right? And it like, if the Pope says something, that's it, right? And then you don't even want to get into the Jesuit side with the black Pope. Like, they're literally brainwashed to follow him, to kill themselves, unto death, right? So yeah, just bear that in mind when you're witnessing with Catholics. They will always have circular arguments to say that they have the true authority. Okay? That's where I would go. I would do more studying on what I was trying to say just then. I know I did a pretty poor job on that, but the main take from it was that they try and place themselves as the universal church that headed over the Council of Nicaea, when really there were many major churches aside from that. And this is why the Orthodox originally broke out and called themselves Orthodox, because the Romans started acting like they were the only bishop, the head bishop, out of all of these other ones, you know? And they all kind of bastardized what it meant to be a bishop. Like they were almost like speaking for Christ, all of them. And that's why there were so many problems that started in the 3rd century. And you add that with the inflation crisis as well. There was all sorts of crazy stuff going on at that time. And that's why they needed a Council of Nicaea called. But yeah, it wasn't in Rome. It wasn't the Council of Rome. What are my thoughts on Opus Dei? It's one of the things I really haven't spent enough time on. I know them as hyper-conservative, maybe a Neo-Templar thing. They appear to not like the Jesuits because they tend to be right-wing, and the Jesuits are liberation theology. It's interesting sometimes on the polls on like 4chan, I will often see Catholics that are at least what I suspect or observe to be Catholic shills, for lack of a better word, but they then oppose each other, especially if the Jesuits are brought up. It's very weird. Something there is a clash in between. The same thing with the other guy, Vigano. I think that was his name, Vigano. I want to say that he's Opus Dei because he calls out like the dark force in quote unquote dark force within the church. But at the end of the day, listen, at the end of the day, it's white and black magic. That's what it is. The left side, the poorer parts of the world, I'm not trying to make fun of poorer parts of the world. I'm just saying that liberation theology thrived there for that very reason. They are a major faction within Catholicism, and then you have strong Catholic traditionalists, and Jesuits do not get along with these people, and strong Catholic traditionalists do not get along with the Jesuits. One example was there was this like basically pagan procession that was done in St. Peter's, and these I'm just going to say it right now, it looked like Soros-funded fake Indians, like not from India, I mean like South American natives. It to me looked fake, like the Tides Foundation, you know, like those. But anyways, I won't get too much into it. Let's just say it's real for the argument. They did like a procession, it had palm leaves and stuff that were given, and this is like an occult ritual, right? And they kept it in the church, but the trad side broke into the church, and I think they stole these leaves, and like someone threw it into the Tiber River. Oh, look. Did my computer, it's finally going to tell me? Is it finally going to search this? What's going on with my browser? It's very weird. I lose my internet when I talk about the Jesuits, and then as soon as I mention the Jesuits again, I can't use my browser. I don't know. How do I even end the stream then? What do I do here, guys? Does this
the bottom line here is this. Over the years, what we have seen in Christianity, and in particular the SBC, is a running towards the far political left, which means a running away from true Christianity. What we need to do, and this Docent Research Group scandal is further evidence, it's shedding further light on that issue. What we need to do is we need to shed light on all this nonsense, all that sets itself up against Christianity. Think about Colossians chapter 2 verse 8. Think about 2 Corinthians chapter 10 verse 5. Think about spiritual warfare in Ephesians chapter 6. Think about all these things. We need to return back to our first love. Church, family, we are all sinners in need of a savior. We have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, and the wages of sin is death. Romans 3:23, Romans 6:23. But the free gift of life, eternal life, is only found in Jesus Christ. Ephesians chapter 2, that's John chapter 3.
Yeah, this is, I'm sorry to cut him off, but this is the true spiritual warfare, okay? There are so many groups out there that are in the same thing with this. These are the same infiltrators. They're Jesuits. So on the same end that they're infiltrating the SBC and other Calvinist churches, they are also on the other end in the NAR. And they talk all the time of spiritual warfare and the Great Awakening. So it's like, we're strong, you don't have to worry about anything, but really they're in your biggest church, taking it over. See how it works? And the best part, like if you're an evil person like these guys that run these things, the best part about it is that you've now smeared that term. So you have turned people off from it that realize that term is used by cultists, spiritual warfare. The spiritual warfare there is spiritual warfare, okay? But most of the people that rant off about it are preaching a different war. They're trying to make you think it's about flesh and blood and like standing up to the cops and, you know what I mean? Like being physical and being aggressive and being lone wolf shooters. This is what is gearing people towards this stuff. That's the purpose of that stuff. It's supposed to drive you into fits of madness. And at the same time, they dilute the people that are disgusted by that type of behavior. They have all sides cornered, right? And I strongly believe that the people who are behind the Docent Research Group, I find a lot of Masons in those circles, okay? So don't be so trusting of those people either. You know what I mean? All sides are rigged, bro. They're totally rigged. The only way you win is with Jesus. It's the only way. That's why I can say this and not do it in a sense of fear. Or I'm not trying to get you emotionally stoked. I'm saying this is what's called. I think they're faking some parts of the end times, to be quite honest with you. Hello, Kitty. Yes, bro. I know. I'll play with you very soon. I promise. One more? Yeah, one more. Is he good? Okay, he's good. For the moment, anyways. Yes, but it's through Jesus and his word. Don't let these people try and say they're the most spirit-filled, like Mario. They all say that. They all say that. These same people that we're listening to, by the way, like the Calvinists, the MacArthur Calvinists, like they're so pompous in their theology. It's really bad. Okay, this is why, even though I'm showing Calvinists, I have on my screen Calvinism. When thinking you're better than everyone else just isn't enough, because that is what oozes out of a lot of these Reformed guys. Not everyone, but it's certainly a big percentage of these people. And it turned me off because I realized I have that problem and I can't just go, you know what I mean? But I appreciate that they show us this, because this is a big deal. This is a very big deal. Can I talk about the Jesuits? Well, I was going to when I thought that poor Charlie was a shill. I'm so sorry, man. I hope you forgive me. I was so... I was just like, where are these guys? Where are the Loyolas now that I'm talking about the Jesuits? Like, there's always someone coming in disrupting talk about it, right? Can I talk about Jesuit connection to Freemasonry? Yes. Athanasius Kircher. He's the father of Egyptology. And if I could look it up, I was about to show it to you, actually. He wrote a book called... it's a book of sketches, really. Oedipus Egypticus. This is occultic, so put on your armor. This is stupid knowledge, by the way. Bear in mind that Athanasius Kircher thought he broke the code for hieroglyphs, and he was completely wrong, by the way. So don't put too much faith into him. Any faith into him. He's a Jesuit. So he was a Jesuit priest. He went down to Jerusalem and in Babylon and all that stuff, and he picked up in Egypt, and he picked up all this stuff, right, on Isis and Pan and all of this Kabbalah stuff, like literal Babylonian Talmud Kabbalah, right? So he does a whole bunch of studies on these things, and he makes a whole bunch of sketches, and he brings these and obelisks back into Rome. I think one of them are still there. And that knowledge of the occult That moved on to a place called La Flèche College, Claremont College in La Flèche. It has accents, funny accents over them, over the E. La Flèche, France, Claremont College. And there started that information that he got from there, that mysticism, started to be formed in their, their scholarly circles. And about, I think, 50 to 100 years later, we had the emergence of what was called the Grand Orient Freemasonry, or Grand Orient. And that was in France. I think that was somewhere in the 1700s, mid-1700s, if I'm not mistaken. Again, listen, I can't look this up. I would if I could. So bear with me if I'm a little hazy on these details. But these Grand Orient was the first emergence of what was the Scottish Rite. The Templar symbols of the York Rite, which is the older one of the two main rites of Masonry, it was not so Illuminati-ish. The all-seeing eyes and stuff like that, that all came from Kierkegaard and other Christian Hermeticists, but Kierkegaard being a major one. Like, he's the father of Egyptology. They hide it pretty well, but if you look up the father of Egyptology, you're going to find someone asserting him many times. Now, the reason why it started in France and went to Scottish Rite, it's a little bit hazy from there, but it looks like they went from France into Scottish Rite through the Presbyterian churches. When the Reformation started getting a little bit co-opted by Jesuits, that's when they started infiltrating it in, and then that's when you see the emergence of the Scottish Rite in the early 1800s, or late 1700s. I'm pretty sure it's early 1800s. This was 200 years after Kierkegaard's stuff, and this is where this stuff came from. Jesuits. They infused it and did that to start taking over Masonry. Right. Now, I'm not saying Masonry was good before. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm saying it was influential, and the Jesuits needed it. I have heard of things like Scottish kings getting titles of, like, King of Egypt and things like that. I would highly look into that as a Jesuit thing. Someone brought that up here in a chat before, and I haven't gotten the chance to look into that. But let's just say highly sus. Highly sus. City of London, Washington, D.C., and Vatican all have Egyptian-style obelisks. These are the three main capitals of the elite. Yeah, I forget what the name is. I don't think that that's what the Trilateral Commission is called, is named after. But for some reason, that's what comes to mind when I hear about that. But yes, there's 3 cities, and they're all, again, they're districts. They're all, like, independent, like almost semi-autonomous. And, well, you have the spiritual side in Vatican. But listen, they are also the financial side. Okay? And same thing with the City of London. Like, they're pretty they're more interconnected. It's not like 3 city-states so much as they are a group controlled by the same peeps. Kitty loves you because you saved him. Yeah. I'm so happy he's still alive. He's such a pain in the butt, though. I got, listen, there's times he really gets me angry. He's a big meower, and he just always wants to play and hunt, right? And it's a test of patience. It's a big test because he always wants to play, and the more you play with him, the more he wants to play. So he just meows all day. It's like a big snowball. So it can be like pretty strenuous because you're here like researching, and then every 5 seconds, and it like wipes your memory. He's trained my memory to get wiped even when he's not here every like 5 seconds. I'm not kidding you. Like, even when he's not here meowing, like, I often lose my memory. Because I'm just waiting for the meow to come, and it doesn't come, and then I'm like, where is it? It's so bad. The Rothschilds were the guardians of the Vatican's fiancé. Yes. Essentially. So, or fiancé. Did I just say fiancé? Finance. I missed the end. Yeah, they were like partial bankers. They're, one of the brokers of the Vatican. Right. Are you of the belief that Rothschilds are higher than the Vatican? I am of the opposite belief, and it doesn't matter. This is very particular stuff. It's not. I'm not being like you're a heretic or anything like that. I think the Rothschilds are infiltrated Jews. That's what I think. Like everybody says that I always hear when I mention Jesuits that they're like crypto Jews. No, I think it's the other way around. I think that they went, and still do, by the way, they befriended these Jews, and you know what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say Jews is a bad thing. They befriended these people these ones were particularly greedy, and basically this church has all the riches of the Roman Empire and more. So they're able to appeal to people that are greedy. And listen, I'm not calling Jews greedy. This is not what I'm saying here. But there is a culture, okay? There's a culture of trading and day-to-day trading. You can't. I'm not knocking that on them. It's not, and I'm not saying that they all do it either. But there is a culture of trading there. They work. This is why they were around. They went around the world. This is why even in Rome there was like, I think by the 100s there was like 7 temples or something like that. 7 Jewish temples. It's because they would be trading things worldwide. In with that culture. It's not. It doesn't even like seem like greed within that type of culture. Just think about it. Like, if you're doing day-to-day trades, you're not focused on the big picture of things. Okay, you're constantly focused on like day trading, marketing, and sales, and how to get the most profits of what you have now. It is. The focus on the future is not so much there when you're always chasing after this kind of stuff. And I'm not saying all Jews do this, by the way. I'm just saying that the ones of antiquity that would be going around the world, this was the mindset. This is how they survived. It's not bad or good, in my opinion, compared to the rest of humanity. But with that mentality, people can take advantage of your lack of foresight. And I think that's what's going on with all the names in the media ending with Berg and Stein. I believe that we have some very smart puppeteers that have built themselves a lightning rod by identifying and targeting these people. I don't think it is all of Israel. I think actually Israel's just as psyoped as we are. I think there is a contingent, for the same reason that Soros is banned from Israel. These people have been bought off, and it has nothing to do with Judaism, in my opinion. This particular part, okay? So when I see, like I see the names, okay? Like, I see the names ending in Berg and Stein and stuff like that. And it looks to me, to be quite honest with you, that this has been set up. Like, who was Luther blaming by the time of his death? It was the Jews, right? But he originally started calling out the Catholics. So, like, every time I talk about the Jesuits, the first answer on like poll and like other message boards, it's like immediately people start talking about little hats. And I'm like, boy, these are some really interesting coincidences. And they want you to look at the coincidences of names. They want you to see the face value. And I'm like, but why can I always talk about little hats in these places that are supposed to be free speech? But the second I mention these guys, I get dogpiled. Which one is really the sketchy. You know what I'm talking about here? I hope I'm not just like rambling. I think the Jesuits have set up just people who are looking to day-to-day profit. And this is a selfishness and greed is something that we all have, and they have used this trait that is in everybody, but it appears in the culture of Judaism in many ways, in many forms, and they have identified it and used it against them. Oh, they are up there though, aren't they? Like the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. Like, I don't think they're at the top, no, but they have considerable power. But I don't think for 1 second that they couldn't have that power taken away from them if they fell out of line with certain people. Yeah, I don't think they're the top. Although they should be mentioned, because like the Rockefeller, like their philanthropy groups and stuff like that, what they fund and these things, it's crazy. It's crazy what they fund. They should be talked about all the time. Maybe Mario has a little ad. I don't know. I think he could be like MK Ultra. I think there's a real good chance of Jesuit stuff going on. I mean, he's also on the Cornwall's on the lake, I'm pretty sure. Can't look that up either. They're finally Nicaea loads. Will this work? Oh, it's gonna give me Britain, isn't it? It's on the river to the lake, anyways. Yeah, well, I mean, they own the Saint Laurent, so at least at that point. Yeah, I think very well could be that way. I don't think he's Jewish. Like, I think he is like from a French Canadian background. I think that makes the most sense to me. Brisson is. I'm guessing he would say Brisson, but yeah, Brisson is. It sounds very Quebecois. So like, you'd be surprised how much power that the Jesuits hold throughout the Saint Laurent. It's really crazy, actually. I'm a really good salesman. All right, Mrs. Jones, pull out your credit cards. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Maybe he escaped. Yeah. Listen, he's a ripped apart soul that doesn't understand what it means to not scam someone. Like, something's up with that, you know. Like, people don't just get like that without extreme neglect or abuse, you know. So it could be any number of things. I mean, he mentions his father and stuff like that, but I mean, again, it could be an act. The whole thing could be an act. You never quite know. Heinrich Himmler. Oh, dang it. No, what's going to happen now to my channel? Himmler. He admired the Jesuit order. And yep, the SS. What was the 13 ranks, wasn't it? Just like the Bavarian Illuminati. Yeah, 13 steps of Jesuit. Oh, yeah, man. And actually, there's extensive commenting about that, isn't there, with Himmler? And Himmler was really the only one that had kind of a bit of sense about him. Because think about it, right? You have, I mean, like, if you know Mustache Man's history, the guy's pretty effed up. Okay. And you have Goering, who was just a nut job. I mean, like, he was like super brave and stuff like that. He's like almost heroic, you can say. But heroic's not the word. But he's super brave, courageous. Maybe you can give him that. That's what I meant to say. Like he was flying. Like I've heard like he landed planes on one wheel and stuff like that. He was the one that made the Stuka with the siren song and like the siren as it goes down and stuff like that. Like these people were real psychological nut jobs, right? The only other one that really I pulled in my head, like the generals, like Guderian, he was an idiot. Like Rommel, like Rommel or whatever, he was basically the only one with a click of sense, in my opinion. And he got, he quote unquote died, he shot himself, I'm sure. I think we know what actually happened. He orchestrated that attack on Hitler, and they caught him, and they said, either die or we kill your family and you. So he died. So how did Himmler he actually had a pretty decent background, pretty decent education, as opposed to all the rest of the rugrats that were in the Nazi Party. How did he manage to keep somewhat of a stable mind? And I think it's because he was an adjutant. Yeah. I think that he was the handler. Possibly, anyways. I know he's French Canadian. He has issues upstairs from childhood. Yeah. And another thing too, I'm pretty sure, like his English is his first language, and he loves to say he's French Canadian, like because like his French is good, but I'm pretty sure it's with an English accent. It's not just like an Ontario French accent, like Timmins or something like that. It's like an English person that, by about 8 or 9 years old, they were speaking French. The Reichskonkordat between the Holy See and the German Right is a treaty negotiated between the Vatican and National Socialist policy. Yeah, so bear in mind too that there are many wings to the Catholic Church. So you'll be able to see other parts of the church that supported communism, like the Franciscans, the Jesuits, of course. They may have invented communism, to be quite honest, or at least today's adaptation. So I guess bearing that in mind, you're going to have ambassadors. The Vatican has always been a state, a government, and an important one at that since the days of the Holy Roman Empire and before. So you always have to appease them somehow. But yeah, now that I've played Devil's Advocate, it's not just that at all. There is a clear, there was clear advocation for things. You have Franco. You had the Catholics that backed there. I mean, that was just like the precursor, the pre-stage for the World War II. Yeah, they're all over things. Just bear in mind that they also do right-wing stuff and left-wing stuff, Like they have Brazilian juntas, which were right-wing. That was the actual helicopter ones, I think. But then you also have liberation theology revolutions in places like Venezuela. I think Paraguay had one. Argentina. Maybe they didn't go full-fledged commie, but they... well, actually, I don't know about Argentina right now. There's some real bad socialism going on down there, and they're heading the economic sink. Yeah, I think I'll probably start closing this up. If you guys got anything to say, go right ahead. I'm gonna throw on another video or two, and we'll finish up. And still got another, 20 minutes or so. This really ticked me off. Do you know what for those who know, Hello Church with exclamation mark, that is a reference to coders, like the Bill Gates and stuff that were doing the original code. It was Hello World. That was like when you would make let's just say a web page, right? You would do your little text, and then for testing purposes, you would want to put in some sort of substance to the document to see how it looks, and so that thing became known as Hello World. That's what you would type in. It was like the standard, or like the Acme the Acme Corp version of what you would put in to test a code. And very interesting how they have this "Hello Church," and they're replacing the word world with church. Because bear in mind, these Docent Research Group, or Docent, whatever, they are highly focused on algorithms. Remember, they're talking about getting surveys and things like that. They're highly based in IT. They're highly based in social influencing. These people are in with these same kind of devs that are taking over gamers, or like video games and things like that, taking over news. It's all the same stuff, man. Such world. So yeah, this is particularly egregious, in my opinion. I highly doubt they didn't know what they were doing. Hello Church, with an exclamation mark. It's replacing the word world with church. But yeah, let's see what they have to say here. These are the ones shilling for Docent, I think. Preaching effectively. Let's see. Oh, maybe they're not. Hold on. Well, I don't know. It looks like it, doesn't it? Subscribe for more content on church leadership, discipleship, sermon series planning, sermon series ideas, sermon illustrations. That's what one of the earlier videos we're just talking about. Church marketing, ministry leadership. Oh yeah, the whole kit and caboodle, man. This is another. And it appeared when I searched.
Hi, welcome to Hello Church. I'm Wade.
Yeah, see? This very feminine. And this guy, he's got a real diddler look to him, doesn't he? Himmler was an Indiana Jones level occultist. Yeah, I can see that. With all the runes and stuff like that, it was really him. That's Jesuit stuff, right? That's why I think that Mario has a lot of Jesuit ties with the astrology stuff. Like they were all so obsessed with alchemy and astrology and just the basics of all the occult. A tornado in Ontario in summer off the Great Lakes. I have no clue how two bodies of water were able to, two bodies of air were able to hit themselves so hard over a lake to create a tornado in summer. Something was very sketchy with that. Okay? I don't have a master's in geology, but I do know a little bit about how pressure systems work, and that ain't it. Something was very weird with that tornado. I don't know how a supercell forms over a Great Lake. I just don't. Like, when I was looking at like the barometric charts, like there was not, the difference in pressure was nothing like it. And I know, listen, supercells are a little bit tricky, and we don't get them much in Canada because of the fact that we just don't have those temperature difference. They don't exist that often here, right? From the continental to like such a hot state down like, Houston and stuff. We don't get that same kind of thing. Tornado this week. But listen, I'm just shooting out of my mouth here. I mean, just state my thoughts. But as you can see, first thing, very flamboyant, very feminine,
Hi, welcome to Hello Church. I'm Wade Bearden.
And I am Justin Trapp, and today's a big day. Today is an exciting day because we get to reveal today something that our team has been working on for a very long time.
Yeah, well, you can almost say it's 6 years in the making because there is material in this new product that we're releasing that we have been creating over the years since Ministry Pass and Seminary have been in existence.
But you and I have been in ministry for, I'm 38 now, ladies and gentlemen, since I was 18, so 20 years in the making, you could say.
Is this a I'm not trying to make fun of anybody, okay? But like, we're talking about preaching effectively. It's like this reminds me more of a lisping contest than a preaching guide. Like, these guys are trying to outdo themselves for the Overbite Award or something. I don't know.
I haven't been in ministry that long, but it's been a little while.
Not that long. So why are you telling us how to preach effectively? Go away.
We are releasing a brand new product, and one of the things as a pastor
now we
and as
see
a
why.
preacher, there's so much happening in your ministry, and it can be difficult to put together an active plan for preaching. And not only that, you have baby dedications, you have funerals, you have weddings, you're planning Advent, you're planning Lent, you're putting together a preaching team, and you need some resources to help you. And the thing is, Justin, I love Google. Google is great, but when you Google something, you never know what you're going to get. And that's especially true in ministry. You can Google an idea or a theological concept or ask about how to do something as it pertains to your preaching ministry, and you can get 20 different answers, and who knows what kind of answers those are.
Right? Who knows? Who knows, right? Because you don't have the ability to test things and corroborate things, right? This is their, in the sales realm, this is where you're trying to show where your product has value and brings value to your life. This is the pitfall of not having it. I forget what the term is in sales. It's been a long time since I was a salesman. But they're giving you, this just won't do, And what is that? Just won't do. It's not like, a sticky pan or a bad spatula. It's your ability to discern information. This is what these guys are telling us. Who knows what's on Google? So, well, don't use Google. There's a whole bunch of other things, right? You use better filters on your searches. You can teach us how to do that, and we can all then learn how to learn things online much better, right? If you want things to show up, right? If you, like, for example, maybe you guys don't know, I thought everybody knows, but if you go like that, you have there, if I wanted to make sure Docent Research shows up just like that, I put a plus symbol, and I have those parentheses over it, and that way I make sure that the searches, as long as it's not paused like Google, will always show up as that. And if it doesn't have that, just like that, it won't show up. So you can filter things out like that. Like, conversation over. What are you building product for now?
So we have really worked hard to put together a resource that's going to help you as a pastor and really just have something handy that you're going to keep on your shelf and refer to over the years for the next 10, 20 years, however long you're in ministry.
Okay, so you're in ministry 10, 20 years. You said you just started your ministry and you have this program that lets you think for you. You don't want to look up things on Google because you never know what you're going to find. So let me teach you how to be a good pastor, even though I'm probably not in ministry for a year because I'm an actor.
Yeah, so what we're releasing today is called The Preacher's Handbook, the ultimate guide to preaching and leading effectively. Mm-hmm. And I'm excited about this because
amazing.
Whether you've been preaching for 20 years and you need to sharpen.
How many times have they said exciting, by the way? That's the neurolinguistic thing to get you hyped for the next product. Remember, we talked about this earlier in the chat, actually. Hype for the product. Hype for the next product, but the product itself is just watered down garbage and you still need them, right?
Some of your skills, you need some evaluation and some progress to happen there, or you're new to preaching. This handbook is going to be beneficial and helpful to whoever, wherever you are in the spectrum. Yeah. I remember, Wade, when I was first year of ministry, you mentioned getting asked to do a baby dedication or funeral or whatever. I remember my first year in ministry, the pastor had gone on vacation, and this lady wanders into the church office, and she said, "My husband's dying. Can you come pray with him?" And I was like, "Oh, of course, sure." Yeah. So I go to the house, and I walk in, and I meet this man. You could clearly tell he's got some oxygen tubes in him, and the first thing the lady said, I don't kid you not, I was like so really experienced. The first thing the lady said was, "Honey, this is the minister. Are you good with him preaching your funeral?" And I was like,
I'm sorry. Let's go back to that laugh.
Good with him preaching your funeral.
The guy on the left. Incoming.
And I was like, oh no.
Okay, I'm just going to pause that there for a moment. Please, witness. If I'm wrong, sharpen my sword, please. Was that not the fakest laugh you've ever seen? Like, Mario puts him to shame. Look at his face after. Oh my gosh. This is fake as fake can get. Oh, I'm so excited, you guys. Chicken XL Legend said it like an E3 conference. Yes. Okay, Chicken. This is that exact same mentality. If you go through E3, if you go through, what's a good example? of an E3 game that does this. Paradox Interactive, that gaming company, and look up Culture Eats Strategy for Breakfast. It's the same cult mentality. Hype for product, hype for next product, and the product sucks just enough, but not enough that you'll get away from it, but you want more. And repeat. This is what they do, and they also use social influencers. This is the same thing that these guys do. That's what they're talking about, the leading and idea sharing. That's what that is. That's why they have such a stupid term for it, idea sharing, when on that list that we were looking at. Yeah.
And he like took a first, like, you know, when people make first impressions, he took a first impression glance at me and was like, yeah, I guess so, honey. She said, okay, will you preach his funeral? And I said, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, what do you say at the moment? You're like, I've never done a funeral before.
I had never done a funeral before.
Basically, just have to say, yes.
The pastor, like, my support system was out on vacation.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, he passed away a few days later. And I'm sitting here going, what am I supposed to preach at a funeral? I've never done a funeral before. And so maybe you have a similar.
Did I mishear that? They're just like brushing off, oh, the pastor died, but here I am. I'm so worried because the pastor just died.
What do you say at the moment? You're like, I've never done a funeral before.
I had never done a funeral before.
Basically, just have to say, yes.
The pastor, like, my support system was out on vacation.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, he passed away a few days later. And I'm sitting here going, what am I supposed to preach at a funeral? I've never done a funeral before. And so maybe you have a similar story or a similar experience. I wish I would have had the preacher's handbook that day. I could have looked it up on page 78. And it would.
These people are the fakest people I've ever seen in my life. This is a bad shopping channel commercial. A terrible shopping channel commercial. Oh my goodness. These are the people that are saying they can teach you how to preach effectively. And this comes off as the worst shopping channel commercial I've ever seen. Like, that fake laugh from this guy was just blows my mind.
Would have been helpful. And, you know, the funeral was great. And, you know, it wasn't great. I was nervous and
and someone did pass away. So
ill-experienced.
Yeah. No, and you run into those just, I guess, series of events as you are a pastor. And it's so important to be prepared. But even though, you know, you might be a seasoned minister.
Again, this is like direct, like creating the selling point, creating the problem that they can fix for you, right? This is why they're laughing about a preacher dying, because the story is fake and they're just adding value to their product.
You still run into those roadblocks, and it's great to have a resource that's just kind of right there.
Well, even if what if you've been preaching for 20 years, right? Yeah. You're a seasoned minister, but 2020 changed everything. Now you're preaching in a digital channel that you're not used to preaching to a camera. How do you navigate these waters? Like, I'm telling you, the Preacher's Handbook is over 100 pages, and it has something in there for everyone, wherever you are at on the spectrum.
Yeah. And it's going to help you as you continue to grow, too. And we all need growth. So, as Justin alluded to, this is a 100-page.
We all need growth, and you're going to give it to us, Mr. I just started ministry. Okay.
Book. And it comes with really kind of just a series of resources for your preaching ministry. And what I love about the book is it comes with information, and then it comes with direct, like, here's something you can use today. So,
and now it makes sense, doesn't it? This is why we have a whole bunch of preachers using the exact same things. The Calvinists, the MacArthur Calvinists, are trying to play it off as plagiarism, right? So either they just haven't yet done enough research, even though the walls of text would say to me otherwise, or they're passing off this plagiarism as something that's much bigger. Because I don't think this is Docent. I don't think these guys are Docent. I think this is another one.
Instance, there is a section that talks about Lent and talks about Advent, and for some pastors, you might say, "Man, I've never worked through some of those seasons before." There are resources that talk about what it means.
Lent and Advent. That's Catholic. What do you mean? Why would you need to say it as a pastor? Why would you need? When would this arise that you would need to talk about Lent? Okay, Easter's one thing. Yes, I understand the birth of Christ. The rising again of Christ. I'm sorry, that's real. That's biblical. But Lent. No. That's Catholic.
means to practice Lent with your church, what it means to practice Advent, what it's about, and then also ideas on how you can implement that. At the same
How? What do you mean? What do you mean implicate? We're Protestant. If you're a pastor, you're not a priest, you're not Catholic. What are you doing? Why would you need to introduce Catholic doctrine, Catholic rituals into the church? Why is this necessary? When would this ever arise unless you're in a heretical church? So you're helping heretics. That's what it is, right? You know it. I know it.
same time, there are other resources, funeral templates, baby dedication templates, wedding templates, where you can literally just kind of pull them out, fill in the names, and change some details, and you're ready to go. So
amazing. Preaching effectively. This seems very God-inspired. Cookie cutter things, you can just replace names.
Information and resources. A couple other items that we have, we talk about sermon series planning. So the theoretical ideas behind putting together a good sermon series. And maybe you're like, oh, I've done sermon series before. You can really kind of sharpen that process with this. And then there's a resource that actually...
Yeah, I wonder what that sharpening process is. I bet you it has a lot to do with picture yourself experiencing being one of those characters. Just like how all the Jesuits do in their spiritual exercises. I bet you that's one of them. If I was a gambling man, and I never have been, even when I was, in that, a real sinful part of my life, never was a gambler. But if I was, I would bet money that one of them would be to experience the person or the place, because that's what they always talk about.
Actually says, here are the steps to do it, fill in the blanks. So it's a great way to work through that with your team. And that's what I love, the balance is information, and then just like, hey, go at it, go do it. There's also something I think is super helpful is a sermon feedback form. And I know we could all use that, right? This is a page that you can print off and you can hand to leaders in your church and say, hey, how am I doing? Or you can hand to another pastor in the area and have that pastor watch your video of your sermon the last couple weeks and then fill it out. So
I don't think that's the process of how you deal with pastors' feedback, right? Aren't you supposed to address? Like, I get, people feel uncomfortable, especially if a pastor is in the wrong or something like that. But that is our duty. They would feel more comfortable being anonymous. But I don't think that that's what they're looking for there. I think they're looking for consumer info.
a lot of great resources are in this handbook.
Oh, wait, I had a youth minister recently reach out to me, and he said, hey, I've been using curriculum, other people's sermon series curriculum to preach. I'm sort of new in ministry.
Yeah.
Is there a resource out there that can help me sort of write my own sermons from scratch? Like, what does that process look like? How do I develop my own rhythm?
Yeah.
If you're in that position, right, you're new to preaching, I think this handbook is going to be perfect for you because, like Wade said, it's going to give you some big picture ideas and strategies on how you can lay out your sermon and your content, but also it can be real practical. And we have a section in there that just teaches you how to write a sermon in 7 days, 7 steps. And so we believe this is going to be beneficial. We've worked on this for a long time. Like we said, it's over 100 pages. Whether you're new to preaching or you're a seasoned veteran, we believe it's going to be helpful. And so here's how you can get the Preacher's Handbook. We are selling this. You can go to preachershandbook.com. It's $19. It's a $19 investment that's going to help you. I mean, the information in this can help you for the next decade. And so we believe it's going to be relevant today as it will be 10 years from now. Or we have a special deal.
Yeah. So one of the things that we want to do is we want you to use this information in tandem with some of
But wait, there's more.
our other resources. We think that'd be a huge benefit. And so if you sign up for Sermonary, sermonary.co, you can log on and you can invest into an annual plan for our sermon writing, basically cloud sermon writing word processor.
Oh man. I tell you got to hand it to these Jesuits though, don't you? This is how they've been infiltrating churches for 500 years. And they're getting people to pay them for it, for the information to infiltrate their church. You gotta give them credit. They're not dumb. You see what I'm talking about? Those Calvinists were saying, like, these people are sloppy. No, they're not dumb. They're not dumb. This is a slick plan. You gotta give them credit.
If you do that, we're going to send this to you for free. So you'll be able to have the handbook. You'll also have Sermonary. And if you're looking to kind of jumpstart
This is a shopping channel ad.
your ministry or jumpstart your preaching ministry, maybe you feel like, man, my sermons haven't been connecting. We really believe if you get those two products, Sermonary and the handbook,
2 for 1,
and you really use them and invest the time to get to know them and the information, it's going to be super powerful for you. So you can get this book.
No, don't use the Bible. Right? Don't use like anything from Jesus or anything like that. Use us. We're totally Christian, you guys. Look at our plaid shirts
for $19, or you can get Sermonary.
Use the promo code Preacher's Handbook when signing up for an annual plan, and we'll send that to you
for free.
Yeah, for free.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a great investment in your ministry. And two, I really think that if you know someone who's a young preacher too, you should get them this package. You could say, hey,
it'd be nice, Pastor, appreciation gift.
Yeah, it could be a great. I mean, just say, hey, I know you just you finished Bible college and you're getting into ministry. You're a youth pastor or associate pastor. I want to give you Sermonary for free, and I also want to give you this Bible handbook for free. Just purchase it for them and give it to them. And I think it's going to be a really great investment.
Yeah. So if you just want to get the Preacher's Handbook, go to preachershandbook.com. You can buy it there, and we'd love to send that to you. Or you can get it for free if you sign up for an annual membership of Sermonary, 1-year annual membership, and just use the promo code Preacher's Handbook. We'd love to send you one either way. We believe it's going to be beneficial for everyone if you're a preacher. If you're wanting to grow.
Okay, I'm not going to give him any more selling time. This is all closing stuff. But as you can see, this is as fake as fake gets. This is as fake as fake gets. This is absolutely insane how someone can just do that.
Now I put much study, reading, preparation, and prayer into today. Now I put much study, reading, preparation, and prayer into today. Now I put much study, reading, preparation, and prayer into today.
Also kind of how those guys in their shopping commercial ad promoted their own product, because they were like, we worked really hard on this, guys. We're really excited for you guys. You know what I mean? Same kind of pump up.
Emotionally heal from a hurt.
Which is, how do I heal emotionally?
And some of you will say that's in the past. But if the problem is in the past, but the pain is in the present, then the problem continues.
That happened in the past. Maybe the problem happened in the past, but the pain is still lingering around in the present, which means the problem is continuing to affect your life.
And sometimes the key to your future is revisiting some things in your past.
And sometimes the key to your future is revisiting some things from your past.
Wow, this is crazy.
And people say, I don't want to go back. I'm talking about going back to move forward.
We don't instinctively want to. We need to go back to when we were hurt and back to when we were weak in order to go forward.
Think of it like a bow and arrow. We're going to go back and deal with a few things to load up power to move your life forward.
Today is going to be like a bow and arrow. We're going to go back to deal with some pain undealt with so we can go forward.
And I want to share with you an experience that our family had, hopefully to earn your trust so that you let me speak into your life. Some years ago, our family, my wife Grace and I, we've got 5 kids. They all serve here at the church, and we love you. And some years ago, we went through the most difficult, devastating, discouraging season of our entire life.
And let me start by taking you back to my past a bit to share with you a difficult season in my life for my family. 5 years ago, my family and I, we went through a very devastating, discouraging season. I was serving as a lead pastor in a church where God was straight up moving. People were worshiping. We had a record number of baptisms every year. People's lives were being changed. And then one day, I got a call from 2 of the elders in the church. They wanted to meet with me on a Saturday afternoon, and they relayed to me that I had been terminated immediately, fired. I had no moral failure. I had no moral failure. I had no moral failure. And I had been slandered, and I had been slandered, and I had been slandered, and instead of working through this with me, they dismissed me immediately. They dismissed me immediately. They dismissed me immediately. And we were ostracized from the church right away. We lost our church. We lost our friends. We lost our income. We lost our income. We lost our income.
I want to see if this guy, how connected he would be to this guy, Zach Stewart. Twin Oaks. Very occultic. Check this out. I'm sure it's here somewhere. But, yeah, here you go. Like, you'll see it sometimes where the roots are almost exactly the same as the top. It's an oak tree. It's an occultic symbol. What was I about? Zach Stewart is his name. Is it Zach Stewart? Baseball player. Dang it. Coming out.
These are the questions that I'm going to ask you to consider in your own life today. What is happening? Why is it happening? How will we respond?
And the questions that we were trying to answer were, what is happening? Why is it happening? And how will I respond to what is happening?
I'm going to ask a series of 8 questions.
So we're going to try to answer 7 questions.
Is your hurt caused by your sin?
Is your emotional pain caused by your sin?
Yep, I'm perfect. Everything that's happened is their fault, not mine. I'm a victim. Me and Jesus share the same resume.
No, I did nothing wrong. That was all them. I got no flaws. They hurt me. They let me down. I'm the victim. It's me and Jesus over here. We're the perfect ones.
Not everything in our life is a result of sin, but we need to be open to the possibility that we contributed at least a portion of the lion's share of the problem that we're facing.
And not everything in our lives is a result of our sin, but we need to be first open to the possibility that we have a part in the wounds that we feel.
Okay, before I put the binoculars on and look at you, I'm going to put the mirror in front of me and examine me.
And so before I put the binoculars on and accuse you of what you did, I need to hold the mirror up in front of me and own what I did. I need to hold the mirror up in front of me and own what I did. I need to hold the mirror up in front of me and own what I did.
Repentance is 3 things. It's head, heart, hands.
Repentance is 3 things. It is head, it is heart, and it is hands.
In your mind, you're like, okay, I got to stop thinking like this.
In your mind, you're like, okay, I've got to stop thinking like this.
In your heart, okay, God, I need new desires. Holy Spirit, change my appetite.
Your heart, you're like, what I desire, it's just led to emptiness.
And then it's hands, the decisions that you make practically and daily.
Since your hands need repentance too, because
I love you, and I'm not picking on you, and we're going to hit 7 more categories.
And I love y'all. I'm not picking on you. I'm with you. We got 6 more questions to hit.
Did someone sin against you and hurt you?
Is your emotional pain caused by someone else?
Not only do we sin, we're victims of sin.
Not only does your sin bring pain into your life, but people can harm us with their sin.
I bear a small measure of responsibility, but the majority of responsibility would be on their side of the ledger.
Do have some responsibility in this pain, but much of it is that person hurting me.
Proverbs 14:10, the heart knows its own bitterness, and no stranger shares its joy.
Each heart knows its own bitterness, and no one else can fully share its joy.
He's going to keep coming back to the heart. So my question to you would be, if you had to choose one word to describe the condition of your heart today, what would it be?
If you had to share with me the condition of your heart right now, today, and I just said you only get one word, tell me how your heart is feeling by using one word. How would you describe your heart right now?
Broken, cheerful, devoted, wayward, backslidden, rebellious, bitter is the word he uses here. A bitter heart is where you have been sinned against and you've not forgiven.
Broken, cheerful, excited, tired, devoted, heavy. Bitterness is the word used here. Is your heart bitter? A bitter Christian is an oxymoron.
It is often not the size of the offense, but the affection for the offender that determines the degree of hurt and potential bitterness.
And it's not the size of the offense as much as it is the size of the affection you have for that person that determines how much pain you feel and how much bitterness you hold on to.
A stranger can do something that is quite devastating, and someone you love can do something that is in comparison quite minor.
A stranger can do something very harmful to you, and a friend can do something not as harmful to you.
And that hurts more because you had greater affection for them.
And you're more devastated by what the friend did than the stranger because you have more affection for the friend.
What he says is when circumstances happen, we will ask, what is happening? Why? How should I respond? Those decisions are determined by truth or lies.
Okay, what happened? Why did it happen? How am I going to respond to what happened? And when we ask those questions, the lies can start pouring into our mind and into our beliefs.
When you are hurting, that's when you are most susceptible to lying.
And when you're hurting, that is when you are most susceptible to the lie.
Because your life is confused and complicated. It's painful and problematic. Now your ears are open because you're open to some sort of solution or resolution.
When our lives are in pain, we're confused and we're searching for help and we're open to anything, anyone to soothe us.
Proverbs 12:17, whoever speaks the truth gives honest evidence, but a false witness utters deceit.
An honest witness tells the truth, a false witness tells lies. A false witness tells lies. A false witness tells lies.
I'm going to ask you this question. Whose voice is loudest in your life?
Let me ask my church family this. Whose voice is the loudest in your life right now?
It ain't mine. I only get you an hour a week.
It's not me. I'm loud, but I only get you 35, 40 minutes a week.
The most powerful voice in your life is your voice.
The most powerful voice in your life right now is yours.
Your thoughts, your processing, your verbalizing. Don't be a false witness in your own life.
What you think over, what you obsess over, how you process what that person said. Why did they say that? How you process what circumstances you're going through, the assumptions you believe in, the fear that you welcome in. Please do not be a false witness in your own life.
Well, the Bible says, thou shalt not go to the casino. I'm just telling you, their house is bigger than yours. You're going to lose. That's just how this is going to work.
Can you show me where it says, thou shalt not go to the casinos? I can't, not really sinful, but it could lead to foolishness if you really like going to the casinos.
Proverbs 14:14, the backslider. What this is someone that God has brought progress in your life.
God has brought progress in your life.
You've stepped forward, and now you're sliding back into old habits, old patterns, old routines, old decisions.
And you step back to your old sinful ways.
He says this as well, Proverbs 22:23, get the truth and never sell it. You may get a car and sell it.
You're going to have a car, and one day you'll sell it.
You may get a house and sell it.
You have a house right now. One day you'll sell it.
If you get truth, that is a priceless family heirloom and treasure.
If you get the truth, never sell it.
I talked to a guy some years ago. He was, I think, in his 20s, been a Christian for a while. And he's like, Pastor Mark, I need to talk to you. Okay, what's going on, buddy? He's like, man, life was going good, and then everything just got torpedoed. What happened? He's like, I lost my job, my girlfriend dumped me, and my car exploded.
I heard about a pastor who got a call from a guy who was just straight up freaking out. And the guy's like, Pastor, I need to meet with you, and I need money. My life is falling apart. I got to meet with somebody. So the pastor meets with him. And the guy sits down in his office, and he says, my world is collapsing. I lost my job. I lost my girlfriend. And my car recently blew up.
How many things in your life, it's deferred maintenance?
How much of a person's life is deferred maintenance?
You didn't watch your diet.
They didn't watch their diet.
You didn't watch your health.
They didn't watch their health.
You didn't watch your money.
They didn't watch their budget.
You didn't watch your portfolio.
They didn't watch their retirement plans.
You didn't watch your relationships.
They didn't watch their marriage. They didn't closely watch their kids.
If you live on planet Earth, at some point, life will break you.
Since we live on planet Earth, at some point, life circumstances will do its best to break you.
Life is hard, amen? It's so bad, nobody gets out alive.
Life is hard. In fact, life is so hard, nobody gets out alive.
Proverbs 15:13, a glad heart makes a cheerful face, but by sorrow of heart, the spirit is crushed. He's saying that the face is oftentimes a reflection of and a window into the heart. You can look at somebody they're just beaming. You're like, okay, what's going on? You're sure happy.
You can see somebody's face, and they're just beaming with joy.
In the Bible, there are two kinds of brokenness. One is hopeless, the other is hopeful.
I've heard it said that in the Bible there are two kinds of brokenness. There's hopeless brokenness and there's hopeful brokenness.
Let me say this as well. I love ministering to men. It's part of God's anointing and calling on my life.
I have such a heart for men.
Sometimes bad men are broken men.
Because oftentimes men aren't evil men, they're just broken men.
A couple of things about fear. Fear of tomorrow robs you of joy today.
The fear of tomorrow robs you of today's joy.
Fear turns you into a false prophet.
People who live with fear, they're false prophets.
A false prophet is one who predicts a future that doesn't come to pass.
Because a false prophet, by definition, is somebody who tries to predict the future and it doesn't come true.
You're like, I look down the corridor of time, a train is coming.
There's a train coming my way.
And I can't get off the track.
I'm stuck on the tracks.
It's going to destroy me.
This is the enemy.
And then you're like, no, that was just a kid with a flashlight.
No, that's not a train. That's a preschooler with a flashlight.
Remember Y2K?
I remember Y2K.
We were told what? The end of the world is coming. The Antichrist will emerge.
We were told the Antichrist is coming.
All the computers will reset.
Computers will stop working.
At midnight, at the change of the millennium, the power grid will drop.
The grid's going to shut down.
Demons will rise from hell.
Demons will rise up.
People are going to eat all the food.
After all your food is gone,
and when they run out, they're going to eat you and your family.
Zombies will eat you and your children.
What fear does, it causes us to look into the future and erase the presence of God.
Fear tempts us to look into the future with negative, fearful blinders on, and we erase the presence of God out of the picture.
Is life hard?
Life is hard.
But a hard life does not need to produce a hard heart.
It should not produce a hard heart.
What happens when life gets hard?
And what happens is when life gets hard,
we harden our heart.
We harden our heart.
And when someone reveals our hardened heart,
and then when somebody lovingly points out our hardened heart,
we blame our hard life.
We blame our hard life.
The Puritans used to say, the same sun that melts the ice hardens the clay.
The Puritans used to say, the same sun that melts the ice hardens the clay. Very different ways, we are all tempted. And we're going to discuss temptation, how we can defeat it. I've written this sermon. I'm excited to share it with you. I've prayed over it. And I've written this sermon. I'm excited to share it with you. I've prayed over it. And I've written this sermon. I'm excited to share it with you. I've prayed over it. And
yeah, they were still of the belief that it was plagiarism, but I think we know now that he probably just went on it too hard. They're all copying off the same book. I actually got to take off there, guys. It was getting pretty late, and someone needed some help there. So I'm going to finish this up, but I thank you very much for coming, and I will be back soon to cover this because it is very important. Thank you very much, guys. God bless. Read your Bibles so you don't get fooled by these guys.